Good morning. We're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. There's one item of housekeeping, in essence, that I'd like to take care of. We did discuss this in chambers, and I didn't ever follow through back on the record. And that was with reference to the motion with regard to the hair and the hair samples. The prosecution had marked two exhibits which had never been formally moved into evidence. They were marked for identification only. Those were a couple of articles that Ms. Kessler had referred to. Ms. Clark, did the people want to make a motion with regard to those exhibits at this time?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The people would ask the court to receive any evidence for the purpose of that hearing.
Mr. Shapiro, do you wish to be heard?
Submitted.
All right, Peoples 1 and 2 then would be received with regard to that particular motion. Now, with reference to the preliminary hearing, we are in progress on. Do you have a witness now that you can call?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I'd like to apprise the court of the fact that the people have filed a response to the motion to suppress. It was faxed to counsel, and I'd like to also serve counsel on the record with a conformed copy of the motion as well, and a copy to Mr. Ullman.
All right, for the record, the court received that about 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
All right.
We received it at 7:26.
Okay. Call your next witness at this time.
Thank you. People call Mr. Mr. Alan Park.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. State and spell your name for the record.
Alan Park, ALLANPARK.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Park, tell us what you do for a living.
Drive limousines.
And how long have you been doing that, sir?
I was working for Town and Country Limo for about 3 months, 3.5 months.
And as of June the 12th, 1994, were you working for Town and Country Limousine?
Yes, I was.
Were you a limo driver for that company, sir?
Yes, I was.
On the date of June the 12th, 1994, did you have an order for pickup in Brentwood that evening?
Yes, I did.
And what was your order?
My order was to pick up O.J. Simpson at 360 Rockingham Lane.
And what time were you supposed to be there?
10:45
Where were you supposed to take him?
to LA Airport.
Now, had you ever been to that area before?
No, I haven't.
And what time did you get there?
I arrived at about 10:25. I got there early. I wanted to make sure I knew where the house was, and we're always told to be there 10 minutes early.
So you were there actually 20 minutes early.
Yes.
When you arrived there at 10:25, where did you park?
I parked on Ashford, pointing east. Or west, that would be. Sorry.
Was that near a gate of some kind?
Yes, it was. It was across the street from a gate.
And was that gate that we're referring to, was that gate part of the property of 360 Rockingham?
Yes, it was.
So you parked across the street from the residence on the Ashford side?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to object.
Well, we just stated that's Is that where you parked?
That's where I parked.
He said it was across the street from the residence. That was not his testimony.
Where exactly were you parked?
I was parked right on Ashford across the street from the residence.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a series of photographs, A through F. Ask that you mark people's next in order to response. showing you what's been marked as vehicle 6. Can you tell me if you recognize this location, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to put it up here so you can see. Can you see?
Yeah.
Here's a pointer if you need it. First of all, directing your attention to the photograph labeled B. Does that appear to be a corner to you, sir?
Yes, it does.
Can you point out which side is which street? Can you tell from that photograph?
It's kind of hard.
All right, let me direct your attention then to photograph C. You want to step down and look at it?
Okay.
Can you orient yourself now?
Well, yeah, that's Rockingham.
All right. For the record, the witness has gestured to the photograph labeled C and said that's Rockingham. So the street shown where the police car is and where that white Bronco is farther down the street, that's Rockingham?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then in photograph B, can you tell us what streets are shown?
Well, it looks like the corner of Ashford and Rockingham.
Can you point out to us which one is Ashford?
This one to the left.
Okay, and then for the record, the witness has pointed out the left street indicated as you face the photograph. And which side is Rockingham?
This side with the police car.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the area shown with the police car in photograph B. I have a diagram, Your Honor. I'll ask that this be marked equal 7. Showing you people 7, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize what's depicted in that diagram?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It looks like a diagram of the residence.
Now, on that diagram, can you show us roughly where you parked when you first arrived at 360 Rockingham at 10:25?
I was on this side of the street of Ashford, parked almost parallel with the gate.
And for the record, the witness has pointed to the very top of the diagram that would appear to be across the street from the residence and parallel to the gate indicated by 2 horizontal lines, one slightly lower than the other. Can you point out the area that you're referring to as gate, sir, for the record?
Is the gate?
Mm-hmm.
This area right here.
Thank you. The witness has pointed out that area and asked you to write on the diagram, if you will, write gate.
Right gate?
Yeah, the word. Is there another gate indicated in that diagram?
Yes.
Can you write that down also, sir? For the record, the witness has done so. He has indicated with the word gate at the top. At the top of the diagram where the 2 lines were indicated earlier, just above where it says driveway, he's indicated gate, and then at the bottom of the diagram where it says driveway again, he's indicated gate. Can the court see you?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Now, how was it that what route did you take to get to that location, sir?
I came up Rockingham on this side going north, and I was going a little fast, so I missed the house, saw the address, made a right onto Ashford, went halfway down to Ashford and made a U-turn, came back and parked where I said earlier.
Now, was that a stretch limo or a regular size? Can you tell us how big it was?
It was a stretch,
Did that make it difficult for you to make turns?
yeah, and
So you got to the location across the street from the gate on the Ashford side of the house at 10:25 and parked there.
correct,
Yes?
correct.
What happened next?
I had a little bit of time, so I just stepped out of the car and had a cigarette and listened to the radio for a little bit, and
When you stepped out of the car, where did you go?
I just went to the back of the the limousine, sat on the curb.
And after you finished your cigarette, what did you do?
Got back in the car and proceeded to wait another 5 minutes or so, or at about 10:40 is when I pulled up to the front gate. After I came around first, I came around Ashford onto Rockingham, looked in the driveway, and it just didn't look accessible as the other driveway, so I backed up and came back over to Ashford.
All right, so you got back in your car at about what time after having the cigarette?
Just before 10:40,
And what did you do then?
just what I told you.
You drove down Ashford?
Yes, made a left on Rockingham. Looked at the driveway and just, it didn't look easy to get into, so I backed straight back up and went back to the Ashford gate.
So was it 10:40 at the point when you reached the Rockingham gate?
It was, about the time. There was only a 30-second interval or so from me coming from this gate going back to there. It was about 10:40 when I pulled up to the gate on Ashford.
So was it about 10:39 then when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate?
Yes, you can say that.
When you pulled down to the Rockingham gate, you say you looked up the driveway?
Yes,
Would that mean, sir, that your driver's side window was parallel to the driveway?
yes, it was.
And so you were right next to this area here that I'm indicating with my pen, which is just above the line that seems to indicate the edge of the driveway, uppermost on the Rockingham side.
Yes.
Now, why are you looking at that driveway? For what purpose?
To drive into it.
And why did it seem inaccessible to you?
It just seemed too narrow of the two walls here, and just the way the cars were, and the way the driveway bent this way, it didn't look as easy as the other side. It was coming in straight ahead and then making the turn.
So it looked a little bit too tight to get up to the front door of
Yes.
that gate? So you were looking carefully through that window to assess whether or not you could make the turn.
Yeah.
Did you notice any white Ford Bronco parked on the Rockingham side near the gate?
No, I didn't.
Would you have seen it had it been parked there next to the gate?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain as to the form of the question.
Given the manner in which you were looking at that location when you pulled up to the Rockingham gate, would that white Ford Bronco have been right in your field of view?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't say it was right in my exact site.
Was it in your field of view where you were
No.
looking towards the driveway? Was that area, let me indicate with my pen. Were you able to see this area as you were looking up the driveway?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and for the record, I'm indicating the area just above the line that appears to indicate the upper boundary of the driveway. Okay. Were you able to see this area?
Yes, I was.
And as you were looking down the driveway, you could see this area that I'm indicating with my pen.
Yes.
And you did not see the white Ford Bronco.
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Now, that was 10:40 approximately, 10:39 you said?
Yes.
And then what did you do? After you pulled up to that Rockingham gate?
I backed straight back up and made another left on Ashford and came up to this gate, the Ashford gate.
For the rest of the witness pointed to the Ashford gate. Where did you park when you came back to the Ashford side?
I pulled in frontwards in the limousine, and, the front bumper was just about touching the gate.
So at that point, was the front of your limo pointing into the driveway?
Yes, it was.
At what time was it at that point when you pulled up to the gate facing into the driveway on the Ashford side?
About 10:40.
What happened next?
I turned off my lights and I just had my parking lights on. I stepped out of the car and rang the intercom, which is just to the left.
Can you
My
show
left.
us where that is?
It would be right about here.
Be that you mark that. Why don't you just mark that with an I? where the intercom was. For the record, the witness has placed an eye on the diagram. At what appears to be the,
Well, it's not that exact spot.
near the, one of the lines indicating gate on the diagram that is close to the Ashford side. And when you press the intercom, was there a sound that it made?
Yeah, it made a buzzing noise or something like that.
And what happened after you buzzed?
There was no answer.
What did you do?
I continued to buzz the bell a few times after that.
Did you get an answer?
No.
Now, can you tell me, sir, at that point, were you able to see the house itself?
Yes, I was.
Were there lights on in the house?
There was one on upstairs.
And downstairs?
Not that I can see now. I thought they were off.
From what you could tell, all the lights appear to be off downstairs.
Yes.
For how long did you continue to ring the bell?
I rang it off and on until about 10:50 before I called my boss.
So from 10:40 to 10:50, you continued to ring the bell,
Yeah.
and you got no response?
No.
When you were ringing the bell, can you tell us whether you were facing into the driveway or away? How were you standing?
I was standing right in front of the gate.
And which way were you facing?
Kind of southeast. Not looking straight through the gate, but just facing the intercom.
And facing the intercom meant that you were facing the driveway?
Towards the driveway, yeah. It's not exactly looking straight into the driveway. I'm kind of catty corner looking at the wall.
What wall is that?
This wall here, just the big pillar.
And for the record, the witness has indicated the box area just to the right of the place where he put I. Are you able to see the driveway from where you're standing at the intercom?
Yes.
You continued to ring the bell until 10:50 and you got no answer.
Correct.
What happened at that point?
At that point, I made a phone call paging my boss, which I waited for him to call back. He called back at about 10:55.
Now, did you call was your boss the first person you called?
I paged him first, and I wasn't sure if the page went through, so I called my mom and had her get a phone number for me, which was his house number. And I called back on the house number, nobody was there, and right after I hung up, he called back.
What time was it when you paged your boss?
Just about 10:50.
Well, you were ringing the bell until 10:50.
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes.
Then you paged him, you said?
Yes.
Then you called your mom,
Yes.
and then you paged him again.
No, I called his house,
You called his house.
and there was no answer. And after I hung up the phone, I was called back. The page was responded. He called me back.
And between the time that you paged your boss and he called back, what did you do? Did you get out of the car again?
Yeah, I got out of the car and rang the bell a couple more times.
So you had paged your boss, called your mother, called his home, and then got out of the car and rang the bell again?
A couple times, yeah.
A couple of times?
Yeah, just
Was there an answer?
no.
Did you get back in the car?
Yeah, when the phone rang.
So you heard the phone ring inside the car?
Yeah, I had the door open. The car door was open, so.
I see. So the driver's side door was open?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
And then you went, so when you were at the intercom buzzing again, you could hear the phone ringing inside the car?
Yes.
You got back in the car, what happened next?
My boss was on the phone, and I just told him, I said, I don't think anybody's home. And what he told me was that he said, Mr. Simpson's always running late, so just make sure you hang out till about 11:15, and if he's not there by then, just go ahead and come on home.
Did he give you some direction about what to look for in the house?
He asked me if there was a light on, and because I told him there was no lights on, and he asked me if there was a light on that resembled like a pantry or something like that was behind the garage area, and I just told him no, I didn't see any lights on downstairs at all.
What time was it when your boss called you back?
About 10:55.
So you had he called you back at 10:55, you had the conversation with him that you recounted for us. And after you had that conversation with him, what did you do?
As before I was going to hang up, that's when I saw this white male come out from behind the house.
Were you seated in the car at the time?
Yes, I was.
Was your driver's door open or closed?
From what I can remember, it was open.
You saw a white male step out where, if you can indicate on the diagram?
He came out from this way. He came out towards the driveway.
For the record, the witness is indicating what appears to be a path area to the right of the driveway, as it's indicated on the Ashford side. Do you have the pen still?
No.
Could you indicate with an X roughly the general area where you first saw that white male?
When I first,
Yes. Can you make it a little bigger? Thank you. For the record, the witness has done so, placing a blue X in the area previously indicated. Where you were seated at that time, sir, can you show us what area was visible to you of the driveway?
It would be about, I could see to about the corner of the house, a little bit farther back to about this area.
I'm going to ask you to draw a line indicating that area of visibility that you just pointed us with a pointer. For the record, the witness has done so. Can you tell us, is there a porch light at the area marked front door? At the front door of the residence, was there a porch light?
From what I can remember, yes.
How much light did that offer? How much area did it light up?
You want me to draw it?
Sure. For the record, the witness has drawn a line that appears to be an arc in front of the two circles closest to the driveway, to the left of the front door area. Was that a very bright light that came from the porch light?
Not that I remember. I mean, it was a normal porch light.
Okay, so the porch light was lit, but the house was dark downstairs.
Correct.
Now, the lighting of the driveway, can you tell us how much of the driveway was lit and how much was in darkness from your vantage point, from where you were in the limousine outside the gate on the Ashford side?
Well, this area here is pretty hard to see. Anything back here it was dark.
Can you indicate that again? What part was in darkness? From what point back?
I'd say from about here back.
You indicating like from the corner of the garage up
Yeah.
in a line?
From my visual point where when I told you I can see on back.
Can I ask you to draw a straight line from the area, I guess you've indicated the corner of the garage here, to back to indicate what was in darkness?
Anything there back?
All right, I'm going to indicate for the purpose of clarity with hatch marks, just to indicate that means that you're indicating that was dark, all right? Now, was there a light somewhere above the garage?
From what I can remember, I think there was a light, but it was very high up and it didn't offer that much light. I think there were some trees around there.
Now, when your boss called back at 10:55, during that phone call, you said you saw the white male come out on the Ashford side path.
Correct.
And about what time was that?
In 10:56, 10:57,
Can you describe that white male for us?
5'11", 170 pounds. Blonde hair, medium length.
Was he holding anything?
He had a flashlight.
How long did the conversation with your boss last?
3 minutes, I don't know.
3 minutes?
2 minutes, 3 minutes, I don't know. I can't remember.
Pardon?
I can't remember.
It was not a long conversation.
No, it was very brief.
So your estimate right now is about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I guess.
Did you see something else after you saw that white male on the Ashford side path?
Almost simultaneously as I saw him, I saw somebody cross the driveway and go into the house from this area, came out.
Can you please put an X where you first saw that person?
I think you already have an X on the diagram. Maybe you should make that an X sub 1 or 2.
Want me to circle the X?
Was that person a male or a female?
I couldn't tell.
Can you describe the person?
6 foot, 200 pounds,
Black or white?
black.
What were they wearing?
Just seemed to be dark clothes.
Why don't you put E for person, where you put that X before? For the record, the witness has done so. So you saw someone, African American, 6 foot, 200 pounds, wearing all dark clothing.
From what I can recall, yes.
Could you tell if that person had anything in their hands?
No.
And was that person moving quickly or slowly?
Walking pretty fast.
And where did that person go?
Into the front door.
of this residence?
Yes.
And when that person walked into the front door, what happened next?
A couple lights came on, and I was still waiting, just waiting for this white male to open the gate, or he was just standing there, kind of recognized me, waved at me, or...
So you saw this person walk into the front door of the house, and did the lights come on downstairs immediately?
Yes, a light came on in the entryway.
As that person passed through the porch light going into the front door, could you see who that person was?
No.
Could you tell at that point whether the person was male or female?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, immediately after that person entered the door and the lights went on downstairs, what happened next?
I waited a couple seconds to see if the white male was going to come and open the gate, which he didn't, so I got back out of the car and buzzed the gate again. At that time, I got an answer.
Now wait, how long was it between the time you saw the person enter the front door, the lights went on, you buzzed the gate? How much time elapsed between the lights going on and the person entering the front door and you buzzing the gate?
15, 20 seconds.
So 15 or 20 seconds after the person entered the house, you buzzed the gate.
Yes.
What happened then?
The intercom was answered by what I believe was Mr. Simpson, and he told me that he overslept and he just got out of the shower, and that he'd be out and be down in a minute.
And when you say you believe Mr. Simpson, is that someone you see in court today, sir?
Yes, it is.
Can you please point him out?
He's right here.
And what's he wearing today?
We'll stipulate that.
All right.
So Mr. Simpson told you that he'd overslept and he just got out of the shower
Correct.
and he'd be down in a few minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes, yes.
The person that you saw walk into the house, after which you saw the lights go on, could you tell where they came from, whether it was Rockingham or the garage area?
I couldn't tell what direction he was coming from. I could tell you what direction he was walking.
He was walking towards the front door?
Yes.
But you couldn't tell where he was coming from?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, one of the questions the witnesses testified, he couldn't tell whether it was a male or female. And Ms. Fletcher saying he couldn't tell where he was coming from.
Sustained. Assumes the fact not in evidence at this point.
You couldn't tell where that person was coming from?
Correct.
After you had the conversation with Mr. Simpson, what happened next?
I got back in the car and waited for the gate to be open, which still took another 30 seconds or so.
Did you see where the male white was at that point?
He stood there pretty much the whole time.
Could you see whether he walked over to the garage area at some point while you were waiting for him to open the gate and talking to Mr. Simpson?
Not that I can recall, no.
Was the male white and the other person you saw walking into the front door, dressed in all dark clothing, were they ever on the driveway at the same point in time?
I don't remember that. I wouldn't.
You don't remember?
I don't
seeing them on
recall.
the driveway at
No.
the same point, at the same time?
No.
Your Honor, the witness has not had a chance to complete his answer.
Yes, please let the witness finish entirely before you make an additional statement.
Had you completed your answer?
Yes.
At some point, did the male white open the gate for you?
Yes, he did.
How long had you been waiting at? Let's right back. Let me ask you this. After you spoke to the defendant on the intercom, how long after that did you have to wait for this other man to open the gate?
30 seconds or more.
What happened next?
He came towards me and opened the gate. I drove in.
Can you tell us where you parked the car?
I parked it right in front with the driver's side window parallel to the front door.
What happened next?
I popped the trunk and got out.
Did you notice whether anything was outside the front door?
Yes, there was a couple bags on the ground.
What kind?
Just black duffel bags.
Did you notice whether there were any other bags outside?
There was another one laying back towards the garage area, towards the back of the 2 cars that were parked in there.
Were there cars parked in the driveway?
From what I remember, yes.
Where were they?
There was 2 parked right here.
Do you remember what kind of cars they were?
I know one was a Rolls Royce and the other I couldn't tell.
Which one was closest to the house?
I can't remember that.
You can't remember whether it was the Rolls or the other one?
No.
Could you put 2 Cs where you think the cars were parked on the driveway? Where in relation to those 2 cars did you see the other bag?
It was back here.
Was it on pavement or was it on grass, if you know?
From what I remember, it was on the driveway.
Can you put a B where you think you saw that other bag? And for the record, the witness has placed 2 Cs where he indicated car on the driveway, which would have the gate that opens on a dropping pan, and he's placed a B just to the right of the second C. Can you describe that bag at all?
I couldn't describe it from where I was. It just seemed to be another dark duffel bag.
After you popped the trunk and got out of the car, what happened next?
The white male approached me.
Say something to you?
Yeah, he asked me how long I was ringing the bell.
Tell him?
Yeah,
What'd you tell him?
about 15 minutes.
Did you have, what else happened? Did you continue to talk to him?
I talked to him for a couple minutes.
Did you remember him asking you about an earthquake?
Yeah, he asked if I felt one.
Had you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
Yes.
Did he ask you for anything?
Later on, he asked me for a flashlight.
After you finished talking to this person, did you see what he did or where he went?
He walked to the corner of the garage at one point. He was calling the dog. I was petting the dog.
Can you show us again where he walked to?
He was standing by the corner of the garage here.
Would you please put, put a circle where you have indicated to us earlier that you saw him after you had the conversation. And for the record, the witness has done so, placing a circle at the southernmost tip of the garage. did you see whether or not he went around, indicate to you with my pen, around to the southernmost area south of the garage?
I can't recall if he did or not.
You don't recall if he did or not?
Yes.
But the last time you saw him was in the area you've indicated with the circle?
Yes.
What happened next? Saw
Well,
him walk down to that portion of the garage. What happened next?
I was sitting there petting the dog. He kept calling the dog to come over there, but the dog didn't want to leave. So he came back over.
What happened next?
At about that time, Mr. Simpson came out of the house.
And when the defendant came out of the house, was he carrying anything?
From what I remember, he had a like brown Gucci garment bag.
And what did he do with it?
He set it on the ground. I put it in the trunk.
And what about the duffel bags?
I picked those up and asked him where he'd like them. He said inside the car.
Did you put them inside the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us how much time passed between the time you saw the person in dark clothing, 6 foot, 200 pounds, go into the house, and the defendant come out of the house?
.5 minutes or so. At the most, 5 minutes.
Now, this male white that you're referring to, did he come back from the garage area?
Yes, he did.
And did you see him have a conversation with the defendant when he returned?
From what I can remember, he helped him. At some point, they got the golf bags out of one of the cars and brought that over to the car. I was sitting at the back of the trunk most of the time,
What were you doing at the back of the truck?
just waiting for him to bring out bags.
And your limo was pointing towards what would ultimately be the Rockingham Gate?
Yes.
Do you recall whether the male white had a conversation with the defendant about an earthquake?
I think the defendant heard us talking about it, and as he was walking by getting his bags, he said, "Oh, we had an earthquake?" Like a question.
So after all the bags were placed in the trunk, where were you and the defendant and the male white?
At one point, the defendant and the male white walked into the entry of the house, right in the front door area, and I was standing next to the back door, waiting to open it.
Before that, was there ever a point when the three of you were standing behind the trunk as you were arranging the bags in the trunk?
I don't remember all at the same time. I mean, could have been.
The bag that you've indicated with the V on the diagram, whatever happened with that bag?
We were standing, Mr. Simpson and I were towards the back of the limousine, and the white male offered to go get the bag, but Mr. Simpson said, "No, that's okay. That's okay, let me get it."
He said, the defendant said, "That's okay, let me get it."
Mm-hmm.
Said yes?
Yes.
And did he?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So the defendant went over and got that bag that you've indicated with a V.
Yes.
And did he bring it back to the limousine?
Yes, I think so.
Did that go into the trunk or into the inside of the car?
I don't remember that.
You didn't put it in.
No.
The defendant did.
Yes.
Now, after all the bags were loaded, what happened next?
After all the bags were loaded, that's when I guess the defendant went to go lock the house up or whatever, and we got ready to take off. We had to go. We were in a very big hurry.
You indicated that the defendant walked into the house with the male white at some point,
Yes.
and for how long did they go into the house?
Not more than a minute.
Was that before or after all the bags were loaded?
From what I can remember, after.
So all the bags were loaded and they stepped into the house briefly and came back out?
Yes.
And when they came back out, could you hear what they were talking about?
No.
Do you recall hearing a discussion about searching the property?
Yes.
What did you hear?
As they came out and came towards the car, the only thing I remember that I can hear was, you go around this way and I'll go around the other way.
Who said that?
Mr. Simpson and the white male.
Who said you go one way and I'll go the other?
Mr. Simpson.
And what happened then?
The white male walked towards the corner of the garage, where I indicated before, and I closed all the trunks up and everything, and I thought they were going to walk around the property. I was going to go with them, just to, make sure nothing was back there. And at that time, Mr. Simpson said, "We got to go."
So the defendant said, you go one way, I'll go the other. The male white walked to the southern edge of the garage that you've indicated with a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yes.
defendant said, let's go.
Yes.
Did you see where the male white went? Whether he went to the lower southernmost portion of the property below the garage at that point, or were you paying attention?
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Then did you leave?
Yes.
What gate did you leave from?
The Rockingham gate.
And which way did you go on Rockingham as you exited the gate?
I made a left.
Did you look to see whether any cars were parked on the right side as you faced the driveway of Rockingham, outside the residence?
I didn't look to see.
You were looking at parked cars.
Yeah.
Were you looking to see if there was traffic?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us how many bags the defendant loaded into the car?
Five, if I can
Five.
recall.
You had left on Rockingham?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the defendant was wearing that night when you left for the airport?
From what I can remember, some like stonewashed blue jeans and a white, like a polo shirt, white collared shirt, golf shirt.
Remember what kind of shoes?
No.
From what you could observe, sir, did he appear to be upset or angry or nervous? The
Objection,
defendant?
cost of speculation.
Sustained.
Can you describe the defendant's behavior that night when you saw him at the point that you were packing up the car with him, getting ready to leave?
Well, I've never met him before, so everything seemed okay to me.
Nothing seemed unusual to you.
No.
Did you notice any injuries to his hands?
No, I didn't.
Did his hair appear to be wet?
Not that I remember.
What time was it when you exited the Rockingham gate?
I'd say about 11:15.
Did you have some conversation with the defendant in the limousine as you drove to the airport?
Not conversation, no.
Did he say something to you?
He repeated 2 or 3 times that he was hot, and I can't remember if he asked where the air conditioning was, but I told him he could turn it on.
And did he?
Yes.
And how many times did he repeat that he was hot?
And that's an answer.
Overruled.
I said 2 or 3 times.
Was the window up or down?
At some point,
Window.
Sustained.
Was any window up, or, was any window down?
from what I can remember, he had the back passenger window down.
One or both?
Just one that I remember.
So the window was down and the air conditioning was on?
Yes.
Are there lights that can be turned on in the back seat of that limousine?
Yes, there is.
Were those lights on or off?
They were off at the time. I think he used them a couple times, turned it off and on.
Did he ask you how to use them?
Yeah, he was looking for it, and by the time I was about to give an answer, he found it.
So he asked you how to turn on the light,
He said, "Where's a light switch?" Or,
and then did the light go on?
yes.
Could you see what he was doing at that time?
No, I wasn't looking.
Were you able to see any body movement?
To some point.
I'm sorry?
To some point, he
What
was.
did you see?
Well, he had his bags on the floor, and I just figured he was just checking that he had everything.
What body movements could you see that led you to believe that?
That he was bending down.
Could you see arms or shoulders moving?
No.
You just saw him bending down.
Yes.
What was the traffic like that night?
It was very light.
Were you driving fast?
I wasn't doing the speed limit, I'll tell you that.
Now, can you recount for us the route that you took to the airport?
I took Rockingham down to Sunset, made a left onto Sunset and went down, which would be west, to the 405 freeway. I wasn't too familiar with the area, so the only thing that I could remember was to make a left off of Sunset to get onto the freeway. And at that time, he told me I can make a right, but I missed the street. And
When you say he told you, you're talking about the defendant?
yes,
So he was helping you with directions to the airport?
at that point, yes.
Did he help you again later on?
He
to
just
the airport?
He just asked me if I wanted what street I was going to take, and he suggested I take Sepulveda. Probably be the quickest.
And did you?
Yes.
What time did you get to the airport?
About 11:35.
And when you got to the airport, what did you do?
Parked the car, popped the trunk, and started to help him get his bags out. I grabbed the Gucci bag first, and at that time he asked me to go get one of the sky caps.
So did you leave the Gucci bag there and go get?
Yeah, I set it down on the ground, and I went to go retrieve one, and everybody was busy, so I just grabbed a luggage cart.
And what did you do with that luggage cart?
I came back over to the car, and he set his golf clubs on there and the Gucci bag.
And what about the 2 duffel bags and the other bag that you indicate on the diagram with a B? Where did those go?
He carried them.
The defendant carried them?
Yeah.
Indicate on the diagram with a B. Where did those go?
He carried them.
The defendant carried them?
Yeah.
Now, Nothing further?
Mr. Shapiro, did you wish to cross-examine at this time?
Morning, Mr. Park.
Good morning.
Mr. Park, you understand the serious nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
The legal grounds for your objection?
It's argumentative.
I haven't yet even heard the entire question. Do you want to finish your question, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I would like to. Do you understand the serious nature of which you're testifying here today?
Objection, Your Honor.
And your objection is this argumentative?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Why would Mr. Shapiro assume that he does not understand the seriousness of the evidence? There's been no indication of that.
You can answer the question. Sir?
I don't understand what you mean. The serious of me testifying?
Do you know what this matter concerns your testimony?
Oh, yes.
What is it?
It concerns a murder trial.
And therefore, you want to be very careful in your testimony to make sure you don't make any errors. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you want to be very sure every time you testify under oath that you would not make any errors. Is that correct?
Same objection, Your Honor. I mean, no other witness has been subjected to this kind of intimidation. I think this is highly inappropriate. There's been no reason to indicate that this witness does not take his serious oath very seriously and is testifying as accurately as he can.
The objection's overruled.
You may answer the question, sir.
Can you repeat it?
You understand that when you testify under oath, that there is an obligation to tell the truth.
Yes.
Have you done so?
Yes.
How many times have you testified under oath regarding the subject matter that you testified here today to?
Once.
Once before or only once?
I don't understand the nature of the question.
How many times have you testified under oath to the subject matter that you testified to in court today?
One time.
And that was when?
At the grand jury.
And you also testified today?
Yes.
That's be twice.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the grand jury, you were under oath, were you not?
Yes, I was.
That was on June 21st, about a week ago. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you testified there, was your memory as to the events that you saw at the Simpson residence better than it was today?
I'd say it's the same.
Did you testify on page 257, line 11, in regard to the individual you described as a male or female today? And just seconds after that, I saw a black male, 6'1", 100 and 200 pounds, come from the area that I saw him from was about. Did you give that testimony to the grand jury, sir?
If it's there, I did.
Do you recall giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Yes, I do.
And was that discrepancy called to your attention by anyone before you testified today?
I don't understand what you're...
Has anyone pointed out to you before you testified that before the grand jury you said it was a male, black, and that today you gave testimony that it was either a male or a female, you couldn't tell which?
Objection, Your Honor. Nobody's had a chance to point anything out to him. You only just said it today.
The objection is overruled.
The only thing that I can say here is that the person that I described is 6 foot, 200 pounds. It just seems to be a pretty big female.
That wasn't my question, sir. Did anyone discuss with you the fact that you might have on another occasion said it was either a male or female and you couldn't tell which?
Yes.
Who pointed that out to you?
Who pointed what out?
You testified at the grand jury that it was a male black. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified here today that it was a male or female, you couldn't tell which, is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to your testimony today, has anyone pointed out that there may be a discrepancy in the testimony that you gave at the grand jury and the testimony that you were going to give today?
No.
You ever described the person as 6 feet, 180 pounds?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever describe the other individual as 5'10", 160 pounds?
I could have.
Did you ever describe Mr. Simpson as coming out of the house wearing a black overcoat?
Yes, I do.
Time.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I remember him wearing some kind of a coat.
Did you ever tell anyone that the person came out was wearing an overcoat, a black overcoat?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you say that when Miss Clark asked you how the man was dressed this morning?
I guess I just didn't give full detail.
Did you say that to the grand jury that the man was wearing an overcoat?
I don't remember.
Did you read your grand jury testimony?
No, I didn't.
Testified here.
No, I didn't.
Was it shown to you by anyone?
No, it wasn't.
Did you discuss your testimony before you testified here today with anyone?
Yes, my mom.
Other than your mother, did you discuss it with anyone else?
My boss,
Other than who's your boss?
Dale St. John of Town and Country Limo.
When did you discuss it with him?
Days after.
And when did you discuss it with your mother?
Just a few days after.
Have you discussed it with anyone else?
The police.
How many times did you discuss it with the police?
I was interviewed once, but there was phone calls for other questions here and there.
Did you receive the phone calls first or the interview first?
Well, they called me and just asked me to come down.
So you didn't discuss anything on the phone?
No.
Do you recall what date you went down?
The 15th of,
Where did you go?
to the Harbor District, the police department there in San Pedro.
What time did you arrive?
9:30, 9 o'clock.
To whom did you speak?
To Paul Tippin and Brian Carr.
How long did you speak with them?
2 hours.
Was that interview taped recorded?
Not that I know of.
Did they did they take notes of your conversation?
Yes, I did.
Did they reduce those notes to a report that you know of?
No.
Did they ever have you sign a statement or a report?
No.
Did you meet with them again that day?
No, I didn't.
Did you meet with any other detectives that day?
No.
Is that the only time you've ever met with detectives?
I met him after that.
When did you meet after that?
They were at the grand jury.
Did they take your statement at the grand jury?
No, they didn't.
Or you just saw them casually at the grand jury?
Yes.
So as far as formal statement interviews to any law enforcement officer whatsoever, you've only given one, and that was on the 15th,
Yes.
for 2 hours.
About.
Was it before or after that you talked to your mother?
It was before.
How much before?
Tuesday.
What time did you talk to your mother?
After I, she was there when I was talking over the phone with Mr. Simpson's lawyers.
When did you talk to Mr. Simpson's lawyers?
The 14th, I believe.
Was that an evening?
It was towards the evening, yes.
And did you place the phone call?
Yes, I called them.
Yeah. Did you call an office known as Leroy Taft's office?
So I don't know what office it was. I just called the phone number.
Did you speak to two people who identified themselves as lawyers there?
Yes.
Was one Mr. Leroy Taft? Or identifying himself as Leroy Taft?
Leroy Taft? That name?
Skip Taft?
Skip Taft. That rings a bell.
Did the other identify himself as Robert Shapiro?
I think it was just Bob.
And was this on a speakerphone?
Yes, it was.
And at this time, your mother was listening?
She was sitting next to me, yes.
And this is the first time you gave any statement to anyone regarding this incident, is that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
How long was that statement?
Half an hour? I don't know.
Have you ever heard any recording of that statement?
Have I?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
When did you hear that?
Last Friday.
Where did you hear that?
Upstairs.
Who played it for you?
The district attorney.
And was it at that time that you realized you made the statement, I couldn't tell whether it was a male or female?
Yes, I heard that.
Did anybody point out at that point in time that when you told the grand jury you said it was a male?
No.
Did anyone ask you if there were any discrepancies in your testimony or in your statement that you gave to myself and Mr. Taft?
No.
At that time, did you tell Mr. Taft and myself that you couldn't tell whether or not that person could have been O.J. Simpson?
Repeat that?
Did you tell Mr. Taft and myself that during the conversation on the 14th, that the person that walked into the house in dark clothing was somebody you couldn't tell whether or not it was O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
Did you tell us that evening that after you buzzed the intercom about 2 minutes later, Mr. Simpson came on?
I don't recall.
And that you could recognize Mr. Simpson's voice?
Yes, I could recognize his voice.
And you asked him at that time, and told him at that time that you were there, and he said, I've been here for a few minutes?
No.
You never said that?
No.
Did you ever say that, I've been here for a few minutes?
I told the white male at the home.
It was at that time that we asked you how Mr. Simpson was dressed when he came out. You said he was wearing blue jeans, a white shirt, and another kind of overcoat, a black overcoat?
Yes.
All that? Was that a heavy overcoat?
No.
Did you know he was going to Chicago?
Yes.
Did you know what the weather was like in Chicago?
I have no idea.
How do you know what the weight of the overcoat was?
The weight?
Yeah.
It just looked thin.
Did you ever carry it?
No.
You ever try it on?
No.
You know what material it was made of?
Couldn't tell you.
Do you know if it had a lining?
No.
Did you tell us that when you pulled in, you already had a couple of bags on the porch?
Yes.
That he went over to his cars and got another bag?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Simpson walk in and out of the house at all?
He walked in a couple times,
How many times?
2 or 3.
Other than carrying his bags or luggage out, did you see him carry anything else out of the house?
No.
Now, did you put Mr. Simpson's bags in the trunk?
Some.
How many did you put in?
From what I can remember, 3.
What about the golf bag? Where'd the golf bag end up?
In the trunk.
Who put it there?
I can't remember if it was the white male or Mr. Simpson.
Now, when I asked you about the person that was coming in and out of the house, did you say the following? I'm going to say he was a good 6'1", 180 pounds. Did you say that?
I could have.
What time did you tell us you left Mr. Simpson's house for the airport?
Time I left, 11:15.
Is that what you told us?
I can't remember.
Yeah. Could you have told us a different time?
Could have. It would have been right around there.
Would have been earlier or later?
Could have been either one. I don't know.
You're not sure these times, are you?
I don't know what I told you. I know what time I left. It had to have been right around 11:15, 10 after 11.
Well, you wouldn't lie to me when I talk to you, would you?
No.
Objection, that was argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustain.
What time did you arrive at the airport?
About 11:35.
Now, by judging these times, when did the time become important to you?
When did they become important? They weren't important to me at the night. But I just kind of on a schedule, so I do remember times.
And what were you using to gauge the time?
My watch,
What kind of watch do you wear?
a wristwatch.
Well, can you describe it a little better than that?
It's
Is it an automatic watch, a wind-up watch?
got a battery. It's not wind up. It's got hands on it.
Are you wearing that watch right now? Excuse me. Are you wearing the
Yes.
watch now? You were looking at your wrist.
Yes.
You want to just hold that up, maybe? All right. He's wearing on the left wrist a wristwatch or something.
When's the last time you checked that watch with some official time?
I look at clocks all the time. It seems to be okay to me.
Same clock, same time as in the airport now?
Yes.
What time is your clock still on?
Says about 16 after 10.
You remember when the last time you set that watch for us?
Last time I said it,
Yeah.
I just said it on the 1st.
Because you changed the dates, right?
Yes.
You don't recall when you set it prior to that, did you?
No.
You testified that you've been working for Town and Country Limousine for the last 2.5 months.
2.5, 3 months, yes.
Did you tell us you've been working there for 5 months?
Not that I remember. I might have said I've been driving limos for 5 months.
Is that the case?
Yes.
Do you work for any other limousine company?
I didn't work for a company. I just worked for a private owner.
How long did you work for that person?
It was about 2 months, 2.5 months.
And you got the job with Town and Country?
Yes.
Was that a full-time job at the time?
No. No.
Did you have any scheduled hours that you worked?
Nope.
When did you first receive notification that you were going to have a pickup at O.J. Simpson's house?
It had to have been sometime in the morning, 10, 11 o'clock.
Where did you receive that notification?
From my boss. He lives across the street.
Did he just walk over, or did he call you?
I can't remember if he came over or called.
And what did he tell you?
He told me I had to pick up at 7 o'clock earlier in the night at LAX, picking up a couple clients and taking them to Beverly Hills. And then he told me I had to pick up at 10:45 at Mr. Simpson's house.
Where did you start for your 7 o'clock pickup at LAX?
Where'd I start?
Where'd you leave from?
From his house in Torrance.
So he has his cars at his house?
Yes,
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
a Lincoln Town Car.
What is the size of that car?
It's a stretch. I don't know what the length of it is.
Do you know if stretches come in different lengths?
Yes, they do.
And you don't know what the length of this car is?
No.
What time did you leave for the airport for that pickup?
To the airport?
Yes.
6. We got a phone call, which we found out the plane was coming in early. The pickup was at 7 o'clock, and we found out they were coming in at 6:30, so I left at about 6 o'clock.
What airlines did you go to for the pickup?
It was British Airways or something like that.
Or something like that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Not positive.
What was the flight number?
I don't remember this stuff.
What was the name of the parties you were picking up?
It was Bill Taylor and another person,
What was the other person's name?
Keith something.
Don't remember the last name of the
No, he wasn't important. He was just with Bill Taylor.
What time did you pick up their luggage? At the airport?
No, they just carried it off. It's just a short.
Carry on?
Yeah.
How many bags did each of them have?
Bill Taylor had 2 and the other guy had 1.
Would you describe those bags, please?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at them. I never handled them.
Where did you first see them?
The bags are him, the people,
Oh,
getting off the flight.
were you at the
I was at the gate.
game? Did you have a sign up to their names?
Yes, I did.
And people came up to you?
Yes.
So you saw them carrying bags?
Yes.
Would you describe the bags they were carrying?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
They carried their own bags to your limousine.
I wasn't driving the limousine at that time.
Who was driving the limousine?
I was in I had to make a switch. I was in a town car, just a regular town car.
What kind of car were you driving?
Lincoln Town Car.
What color?
White.
And where did you put the bags that these two gentlemen had?
I popped the trunk and they put them in there.
They put it.
Yeah.
Where did you take them?
To the Peninsula Hotel.
What time did you arrive at the peninsula?
The plane was supposed to be in at 6:30. It didn't arrive until about 6:45. I dropped them off at about 7:30,
Are you sure of that time?
around there.
Are you sure of those times as you are of the times that you've given us for Mr. Simpson?
If not, I know these times a little bit better.
Why do you know this stuff better?
Because just the way that everything happened, as I called my boss, what time the pickup was, what time he had to be at the airport, what time we left, what time we arrived. It was just more clear to me. With the phone calls and
So you had phone calls with this flight. You had
at home,
indication the flight was late.
we were still at home. I was talking to him personally.
After you dropped off these two gentlemen at Peninsula Hotel, where did you go?
I came back
Home. What time did you get home?
8 o'clock or so.
8 o'clock or so. Did you judge the time by anything?
Just from when I left the peninsula to the standard time it would take me to get home.
Where you live? I don't need your exact address, but give me
Torrance.
cross streets. if you mind.
182nd and Prairie.
What did you do when you got home at 8 o'clock?
Well, I had a snack and changed cars and got ready to go.
Where'd you change cars?
At his house?
You went back to your boss's house across the street?
Yes.
What time did you go there?
Had to have been 9 o'clock or so. Just to talk to him and make sure that Mr. Simpson was still going.
What did he tell you?
He said, yeah, so far he knows that the flight's still on, his pickup.
How much time did you spend with your boss at his house at 1 o'clock?
Well, I don't remember. Just a few minutes.
Then what'd you do?
Went back home.
How long did you stay home?
Till about 9:45.
What did you do at that time?
Left,
How were you dressed when you left?
just like this, with a coat.
Same exact clothes?
Yeah?
Pardon?
Yes.
Same tie, same shirt, same pants?
Yes.
Same shoes, same socks?
Yes.
And 9:45, you leave your house now to go to Rockingham?
Yes.
Were you given directions to Rockingham by anybody?
By my boss, yes.
What were the directions he gave you?
To go up to 405 until sunset and make a left on Sunset going west, make a right on Rockingham.
And then just go to the address?
Yes.
Did he give you any other specific information as to what to have or what to do when you were picking up Mr. Simpson?
Not that I recall now.
There's some people that like beverages in a car, newspapers, things like that, in limousine business.
For some people, but he didn't give me any special instructions. There's
So
usually,
just pick him up and take him to the airport?
yeah,
Did he tell you what flight he was going on?
American Airlines. That was just where to drop him off.
And he gave you that information earlier in the morning, didn't
Yes.
he? Did he tell you what time the flight was leaving?
He just said he had to be at the airport at 11:45 flight.
They gave you the flight number and the information that morning.
I'm not sure if he gave me the flight number. He just said American Airlines is where he usually flies out of.
You didn't clock out with your boss when you left your house to go pick up Mr. Simpson, did you?
No.
And you don't keep any time records where you record the times on a timesheet or anything?
No.
So you're approximating this, are you not?
Yes.
And most of the times that you're talking about, you're approximating.
Yes.
No objection. Withdraw.
Is that a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, let me just ask you, do you have a substantially more cross-examination for the witness?
Well, that's what I'm reviewing right now, Your Honor.
It might be appropriate for us to take our morning recess at this point in
Thank
time,
you, Your Honor.
15 minutes. And Mr. Park, I'm going to ask you, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers involved in this matter.
Your Honor, may I ask you at this point in time, since we're still on direct examination, may you not discuss this case with any lawyers?
I think we're on
We're on
cross.
cross-examination, may you not discuss this case with any lawyers?
Well, I think that he has a right to speak to the district attorney if he wishes. Obviously, you could question him concerning that if he does in fact speak to the district attorney.
Your Honor, then may I ask you not to take a recess at this time?
All right.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, you do get to step down at this point, and my admonition still applies. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. You may speak to the lawyers in this matter. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah?
Will it be lengthy?
No.
All right, Mr. Park, again, if I can have you just take a seat for a couple minutes.
The record reflects that Mr. Park was in me. I will be brief, Mr. Park.
Okay.
Are you vague about the time that you arrived at the 360 Rockingham address, sir?
No.
You know that precisely you arrived at 10:25?
I'm going to object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
On what basis?
That it's leading and suggestive.
Sustained.
The witness already testified that that could I be leading?
Well, then it's asked and answered.
It's foundational.
There's no reason for foundation. It's already in the record.
Your question was leading.
Mr. Park, are you vague about the time that you arrived at the 360 Rockingham address on the night of June the 12th?
I'm certain.
And why are you certain?
Because when I arrived and parked, I looked at my watch.
And that time was?
At 10:25.
Is there a clock in the car?
Yes, there is.
And did that clock match up to the time on your watch?
It might be a couple minutes off.
Approximately the correct time.
Yes.
Are you vague about when you called your boss?
Yes.
Are you vague about when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
What times are you certain of?
I'm certain about. I looked at my watch quite a bit, waiting to pick up. I'm certain about the time I arrived. I'm certain about the time I came up to the Ashford gate and started ringing. I'm certain about the time of the call from my boss.
So you're certain of the time that you arrived at that location, 360 Rockingham?
Yes.
And you're certain about the time that you began to ring the bell at the Ashford gate?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is going over the same exact testimony that's already been listed.
No, that's not.
Overruled.
And what time was it that you began to ring the bell that you're certain of?
10:40.
And what time was it that you, and you said, excuse me, strike that, you said you were certain of the time that your boss called you back?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because as he called, I looked at my watch to look at time. He told me to wait until 11:15, so I looked what time it was then to make sure it wasn't 11:15.
So you looked specifically at your watch when he told you to wait until 11:15?
Yes.
And the time was then?
10:55.
And how long after that point that you looked at your watch and saw it was 10:55, that you saw the African-American person who was 6 foot, about 200 pounds, going into the house?
It was a couple minutes. I was on the phone a couple minutes.
And you're certain of that time?
Yes.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Shapiro before you ever spoke to the police or myself in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
You had the interview with him on June the 14th,
From what I remember, yes.
and that was the interview he referred to as being on speakerphone with him?
Yes.
Did you know you were being taped by him at the time, sir?
No, I was never told I was being taped or never asked to be taped.
Mr. Shapiro never told you that he was taping your conversation?
No, never.
And he never asked you permission to tape your conversation?
No, never.
And Mr. Shapiro questioned you about the times during that conversation he had with you on June the 14th? What time you arrived, what time you left?
From what I remember, yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Shapiro on June the 14th, 1994, you gave him the same times that you've given us in court today, isn't that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
I think that this time you can safely step down.
Thank you very
And
much.
I remind you not to discuss your testimony. We will take that recess that I mentioned for 15 minutes. All right, we are once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Mr. Brian Kalin. I'm sorry, Your Honor, 1 minute.
Face the clerk, sir, and raise your right hand.
Sir,
Clerk is right here.
you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the record.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Cato, K-A-T-O. Kalin, K-A-E-L-I-N.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kalin.
Morning.
Were you acquainted with someone by the name of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
December of 92.
And where was that?
In Aspen, Colorado.
You were friends?
Yes.
Was there a romantic involvement between you?
No.
Do you recall seeing her again in January of 1993?
Yes.
And on what was that occasion?
There was a party
Where?
in her house,
Which was where?
325 Gretna Green
In Brentwood?
in Brentwood.
Now, that particular house, did it have a guest house behind it?
Yes, it did.
Did you see that guest house when you were at the party?
Yes, I did.
Did you like that guest house?
Yes, I did.
Was anyone living at it at the time?
Just furniture, that was it.
Just furniture?
Right, no person.
Did that give you some ideas?
Yes, it did.
What idea was that?
To move in.
And who did you talk to about that?
To Nicole.
Did you ask to move into the guest house?
Yes, I did.
What was your arrangement?
To clean up the guest house and to move in.
So she agreed to let you do that?
Yes, she did.
For paying for rent?
Yes.
And what rent were you paying?
It was $450 to $500. I sometimes took care of the kids, and she would deduct stuff. She was very nice about everything.
So she would give money off your rent in return for you taking care of the
Yeah.
children?
Yes.
Now, she lived in the main house on Gretna Green?
Yes, she did.
And does anybody live there with her?
Sydney and Justin, her children.
Sydney was how old then?
Sydney, 7.
And Justin?
Is, I think 4.5, 4 3/4, around there.
You've indicated a person you knew, Nicole Brown Simpson, showing you what's been marked as People's 3. Can I ask if you recognize the person shown there?
Yes.
And who is that?
Nicole.
The person you've been referring to today?
Yes.
During that time that you were living on Gretna Green in that guest house behind the house, did you meet the defendant?
Yes.
And when I say the defendant, do you see someone in court today that I'm referring to? Do you see that person in court?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
A suit, coat, and tie.
Color of the suit?
Blue, I think. Dark blue.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, the house on Gretna Green, the guest house, was that separated from the main house?
Yes.
And for how long did you live there?
I lived there until January of '94.
What happened in January of '94?
I moved
Why did you move?
because there was another place to move to.
What about Nicole? Did she move?
Yes, she did.
Where did she move to?
She moved to Bundy in Brentwood.
You did not move with her?
I did not move with her.
Had you planned to move with her initially?
Yes.
The Bundy residence, did you see it?
Yes.
Did it have a separate guest house?
No, it did not.
Where were you going to stay?
It didn't have a separate guest house. It had a separate room. It was a part of the house, but it was down some stairs.
And so you were
It was
What did he tell you, Mr. Kalin?
that he had a place at his house, and I could stay there.
And why did he tell you he wanted you to do that?
That it wouldn't be probably right that for me to be in the house, they're trying to work things out, and I was agreed, and so I said okay.
So he told you that he and Nicole were trying to work things out and it would be better if you stayed at his place.
Yeah, well, they offered his place, and I said okay.
And how much rent did you pay the defendant to stay at his place?
Nothing. It was OJ gave it to me.
The defendant gave it to you for free?
Yes.
And when did you move in?
January of '94.
You see a diagram there to your left?
Yes.
Now, this diagram that was previously marked equals 7 for identification. Do you recognize what's shown in it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the house, how it would look
What house?
on Rockingham, OJ's.
The one at 360 Rockingham?
Yes.
Now, can you see your guest house on this diagram?
No.
It's not shown here, is it?
No, it's not.
If the diagram were to extend farther back where I'm standing, which is the opposite end of the area marked Rockingham on this diagram, Would the guest house be back here
Yes, it would.
behind the main house?
Yes.
What else is back there where your guest house is?
There's a pool, a jacuzzi, tennis courts, basketball courts together.
Is there a pool house as well?
Yes, there is.
Does the pool house have a bedroom in it?
A bedroom, no.
And how many guest house units are there?
3,
Are they all together or separate?
separated.
Do they have common walls? Do you know what I mean?
No. I mean, can I hear someone pounding?
No.
Mm.
The guest houses that are behind the main house at 360 Rockingham, are they all connected together
Yes, they are.
so that each of them has a common wall?
Yes.
Now, the area that is shown to the south of the garage, I'm going to point it out to you with my pen. This area right down here. Can you tell us what is in that area?
Back there would be air conditioning units. It's like the back of the house is a little alleyway, shrubs, a little gate that,
Is there a concrete walkway there?
yes,
And is it overhung with some trees coming from the other property?
yes.
Is there a fence?
Yes, I believe there is. From the other house, yeah, it separates.
So is that the area that is the end of the property of 360 Rockingham? In other words, is that the boundary between the 360 Rockingham address and the neighbor's house?
Yes,
Does the back of your guest house, the wall that is the back of your guest house, face onto that little walkway?
yes, it does.
And the back of your air conditioning unit also hang out over that walkway?
Yes,
Is your air conditioning unit installed in a window or a hole in the wall?
it's a hole in the wall.
Directing your attention to June the 12th, 1994, Sunday night, or excuse me, Sunday day. Who was at home in the house that day? Who did you see in the house at 360 Rockingham?
OJ,
The defendant?
yes.
Anyone else?
I didn't see anyone else in the house, no.
What time was it when you saw the defendant for the first time at the house on 360 Rockingham?
I think it was about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
I asked about his golf game. I said, no, he went golfing.
He told you he went golfing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, he went golfing. I asked how he did. He said he did great. And then he played cards.
Did he say where he played cards?
No.
Did he mention what else he was going to do that day?
There was a dance recital that he was going to go to.
For who?
For Sydney, his daughter.
What time was that recital for his daughter Sydney supposed to begin?
5 o'clock.
Notice anything unusual about the defendant's behavior at that time?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about Nicole?
At 2:30, around that time?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No.
Do you recall him mentioning at some point during that day that he was through with Nicole?
Oh, that it was over, the relationship was over?
Yes.
Yeah,
When
it
did
was,
he tell you that?
Oh, it was just something in kind of passing that they were not together anymore.
Sometime during that day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes,
Do you recall what time it was?
in the afternoon. I don't know the exact time.
Could it have been around that 2:30 time that
It
you
was
just
during the
described?
conversation, yes.
And when he told you that, well, can you recount for us his exact words?
No, not the exact words.
Can you describe the tone of voice in which he told you that?
It was casual. It was,
Did not sound angry.
no.
What was the very next time you saw the defendant that day?
I believe it was after the recital.
About what time was that?
I'm guessing about 6:30, 7, around there. The exact time I don't know, but I think it's about,
Around 7?
yeah, the playoff games ended. That's all, I remember that.
What
it's about,
playoff game was that?
Houston and the Knicks. But so it was
And-
after that. It's about 6:37.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
About what?
I asked how the recital was and how Sydney was, and she was great.
Is that what he said? She was great?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, she was great.
You have to say yes and no, because this lady does not have a button for mm-hmm, okay?
You should get one.
Hey, what was the defendant's mood like at that point, about 7 o'clock?
Not upbeat, not downbeat. I thought he was tired.
Did he seem relaxed?
Yes.
Make any mention of Nicole?
At the second conversation,
Yes, at about 7 o'clock. Did the defendant mention anything to you about Nicole?
that you saw her at the dance recital,
And what else did he say?
that her and a friend, they were wearing tight outfits.
And
And it
make
was,
some mention about that? Make some comment about that?
it was a comment of being able to dress that way when they're older.
And what was his tone of voice? Was it angry?
No.
What was it?
Kind of matter of fact.
What was he saying? He wondered how they'd look in those outfits when they got older?
Yes.
Was that it? I'm
It
asking
was-
you.
Oh, it was the exact wording, I don't know, was if they're going to be grandmas, they can't wear those outfits. Something like that. When they're older.
Okay. So you spoke to the defendant for how long at that point?
I don't know the exact how many minutes. About a half hour.
Okay. What happened after that?
I asked if I could take a jacuzzi.
And did he say yes?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
And for how long did you stay in the jacuzzi?
I stayed in there about a half hour.
Had you ever used the jacuzzi before?
No.
Was that the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I swam in it once before, but I never actually used it, sat in it to use it.
How long did you stay in the jacuzzi?
I think it was about a half hour.
So you got out about when?
I think when I got out of there it was about 8:30. About.
And after you got out of the jacuzzi, what did you do next?
I made a phone call
To who?
to a friend named Susan.
And while you were on the phone, did you have contact, when you were on the phone with Susan, did you have contact with someone else?
No, I don't think it was.
Did you see the defendant while you were on the phone with Susan?
No. I think it was after he came to my room.
The defendant came to your room?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
That I forgot to turn the jacuzzi off.
And by that time, were you still on the phone with Susan? Or had you hung up?
I think I hung up.
And what did the defendant say to you?
To remember to turn off the jacuzzi next time I use it. And he asked me if I was done with the jacuzzi, and I said, yes, I'm done. Sorry, I didn't turn it off.
And did you come out of your room to say that to him? To have that conversation?
I was at my doorway, I believe.
Where was he?
Outside the door.
How many feet away were you from each other?
I think 3 feet.
Did you notice any injury to his hands or that he was bleeding from his hands in any way?
No.
Was there anything unusual about his behavior at that time?
No.
So he told you that you'd left the jets on in the jacuzzi?
Yes.
What else did he say?
Next time I use it, turn it off, the jets.
Okay. Did you go and turn off the jets then?
No, he had to turn the jets off.
And what did you do after that?
I made a phone call.
So you went back in your room?
I went back in my room.
And who did you call this time?
A friend of mine, Tom.
And during that phone call, did you have contact with the defendant?
Yes.
What happened?
He came by and he needed to borrow money because he had $100 bills and he wanted to have 5 for a sky cab to tip the sky cab. And so I lent him money.
Now, when he came out to the guest house at that point, while you were on the phone with Tom, did he call out to you or did he just show up at your door and knock?
Oh, he called out to me.
What did he call you? By what name?
Cato.
Cato. Is that your nickname?
Yes.
So he asked to borrow money for a sky cab?
Sky cab, and he was going to get a burger.
And what was your response?
Sure. What do you need? I didn't know. Whatever I had was.
So did you get money for him?
Yes.
How much money did you give him?
$20.
And did you put that, was it a $20 bill?
$20 bill.
Did you put it in his hand?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hand?
No, I did not.
What was the defendant wearing at that time?
I don't know the exact clothing. I thought it was a sweat outfit.
Sweat outfit? Like sweatshirt or nylon type?
A warm-up. I believe. I mean, I'm not positive on that, but I think it was a warm-up outfit.
Can you remember what kind of material it was, or could you tell at the time?
No, I could not.
What color was it?
It was dark.
Black?
A dark color.
Was it black?
I mean, it was dark outside. It was a dark color. I mean, could have been dark blue or black.
One of those.
Right.
All right. Did it have long sleeves?
Yes.
After you gave the defendant a $20 bill, what did you next do?
Oh, well, I asked if I could go to McDonald's with him.
And he said,
Yes.
what did you do?
I went to McDonald's with him.
Okay, did you leave?
Yes, we left.
Okay, did you walk through the main house to do that?
Yes, we did.
And what, did you get into a car with him?
Yes.
What car did you get into?
Miss Rolls Royce.
Who drove?
OJ.
The defendant?
Yes.
Can you look at the diagram to your left, that's people 7, and indicate, if you will, where the Rolls Royce was parked when you got into it that night to go to McDonald's?
Stand up.
Please. Okay, for the record, the witness is pointing. Will you please take the pen and put an R there? For the record, the witness has placed an R, a large R on the diagram. We also ask you, sir, if you would. Point out on this diagram, if you can, on this, these photographs that have been marked as people 6, if you can see the area where the Rolls was parked that night when you went out to McDonald's. And was it parked in the same place it's shown in the photograph labeled as F?
Yes.
Was it pointing out towards the Rockingham gate that way as well?
Yes.
Was that usually where that Rolls Royce was kept parked, sir?
Yes.
What time was it when you left for the, left to get burgers?
It was About 9:10.
And what gate did you exit through?
The gate? The
Yes.
gate that's on Rockingham.
The Rockingham gate. Is that the gate shown in photograph F of People 6?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to the defendant's hands as he drove the Rolls Royce to go get something to eat?
No, I did not.
When you went out the Rockingham gate, did you look to see whether there were any cars parked near the Rockingham gate?
I did not.
Do you know, sir, whether the defendant owned a white Ford Bronco?
Did I know if he owned one?
Yes.
Yes.
Had you seen it around the property?
Yes.
And had you seen it around the property from the time you moved in January of '94?
Yes.
Was there one particular place where he would always park it?
It wasn't, it could be in driveway, it was on Ashford, the street Ashford, it was inside the gated area. It wasn't a set spot ever, but normally my car would be parked on Ashford with it.
So you used to park either in front or behind the white Ford Bronco?
Yeah, on the same road.
And that would be on the Ashford side?
The Ashford side.
And that would be inside the gate?
No, it could be it could be parked outside, it could be parked inside. Normally it was parked outside on Ashford.
Normally parked outside the Ashford gate? Is that right?
The Ashford side, correct.
Can you tell us, do you see the Ashford side gate in these photographs here?
Yes.
Which one is that?
A.
And for the record, when I say these photographs, again, I was referring to People 6. Now, the white Ford Bronco I've been referring to, Your Honor, I've asked that this series of photographs labeled A through F be marked collectively as People's 8. Do you see these photographs, Mr. Gino?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you recognize the vehicle shown in photograph A of People's 8?
Do I recognize it? Yes, the Bronco.
Is
Yes.
that the white Ford Bronco that you recognize as belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
And the one that was parked, that was always parked at the Ashford side gate?
It was, that's the white Bronco, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
May I-
to, excuse me, may I interject?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the statement by a prosecutor that it was always parked in the Ashford side gate. This makes sense.
Sustained.
Was that white Ford Bronco, to your knowledge, when you were living there from January of '94 through June of '94, was that vehicle, the white Ford Bronco, always parked at the Ashford gate?
Not always, but it would be parked in Ashford. But not always on Ashford.
Where else would it be parked?
It could be parked inside the lot. And
If it was parked inside the gate, would it be on the Ashford side of the gate? The Ashford gate that it was parked? You know what I mean? You have the driveway that goes out the driveway that leads to the Ashford gate, and you have the driveway that leads to the Rockingham gate. Right?
right,
If it was parked inside the gate, would it be on the Ashford side of the driveway?
the front of the house, it'd be parked in the front of the house, so you'd have to back it up, I guess, you could go through either way
You could go through and go out Rockingham, or else go through and go out Ashford.
with the gate, correct?
And when it was parked outside the gate, though, was it parked on Ashford?
Well, most of the time it would be in Ashford.
So is it your testimony, sir, that it was normally parked on the Ashford side, outside the Ashford gate?
Normally,
On the way to McDonald's, did you happen to notice the time?
Yes, I did.
And where were you when you noticed what time it was?
At 26th and San Vicente. There's a stoplight.
What time was it when you got to 26 in San Vicente?
It was 9:18, 9:15 and 9:18 was right in there on his clock in the car.
How long after that did you get to McDonald's?
About 7 minutes.
And did you go into the restaurant or did you drive to the takeout window?
To the drive-through.
A drive-through window, thank you. Was that on your side or on the defendant's side?
It was on the driver's side, the window.
When he pulled up to the window, did you have to pay first and then get your food later?
Yes,
Who paid for the food?
I paid because he had 20, so I had another 20, so I paid for the food.
And did you hand a second $20 bill then to the defendant to pay?
Yes,
And what did he do with that $20 bill you gave him in the car?
paid McDonald's.
Did you see him do that?
Yes,
And did he get change back?
change back.
Okay. Did you notice any injury to his hands at that time?
No.
Did you drive forward and get the food at the second window?
Yes, we did.
Did he take that food?
Yes,
What did he do with it?
he took the food.
Yes. Where did he put it?
The bag was in his lap. Then he gave me my stuff, my food.
So and what did he do with his food?
He ate it.
And he drove at the same time?
Yes,
And he did that on the way back to the house at Rockingham?
yes.
Did you eat your food as well?
No, I had a few French fries, but that was it. I didn't eat the main course.
So, you can call it that.
Yeah.
So he drove and he ate his dinner at the same time on the way back to Rockingham?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hands at that time?
No, I did not.
Or bleeding?
No.
What time did you get home?
About 9:40, 9:45, around there.
Which gate did you enter through, Ashford or Rockingham?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where the defendant parked the rolls?
Same spot as the picture we saw before.
Spot you indicated on
F.
photograph that of People's 6. All right, would you describe the defendant's demeanor at that time when you got back from McDonald's? How did he appear to you?
Thought tired.
Tired?
I thought tired, yes.
Other than that, anything unusual?
No.
What did you do when you got back to the residence?
I got out and went to my room to eat.
You took your food back to your room?
Yes, I did.
Did you see where the defendant went?
No, I did not. He got out of the car, so.
Now, who else was in the house that night when you came back from McDonald's? Other than you and the defendant, was there anyone else around?
Not that I knew of, no.
Can you tell us who usually occupied the other 2 guest units?
Arnell, that was his daughter, and the maid, housekeeper.
Housekeeper? Were you acquainted with the defendant's, one of the defendant's sons named Jason?
Yes, I know Jason.
And approximately how old is he?
25?
Did he have a guest unit there that he stayed in?
No.
Did you see him there that day?
No.
Was he there that night?
No.
So neither Arnell nor Jason was there that night?
No.
And Gigi was
From what I
not?
knew, I didn't see them, so. No, they weren't.
And the housekeeper that the defendant had in, who stayed in the 3rd unit, guest unit, was she there that night?
No.
When you got back to your room, what did you do?
I ate my sandwich and called my friend back up.
For how long did you talk to your friend?
I think about 10, 15 minutes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I was going to type up some letters, so I went to type up some letters, but the typewriter wasn't working. So I made another phone call.
Who did you call?
My friend Rachel.
And what time was it when you called her?
I called her at about 10:10, around there.
During that phone call, did something unusual occur?
Yeah, I heard a noise.
Now, how long had you been talking to your friend Rachel when you heard that noise?
It was probably a half hour into the conversation.
Okay, so about 10:40 or so you heard a noise?
It's about that time.
Can you describe for us the noise you heard, Mr. Kalin?
It was, you know, in my room, it has this wall and it's like that.
For the record, the witness thumped on the witness stand with his fist.
And you hit the witness stand like 3 times or so. Was that 3 noises that you heard?
I believe it was 3 noises. It was thumping.
It sounded like 3 thumps.
Yes,
And where did the thump seem to come from?
right behind the bedroom wall, where my bed would be.
You said you have an air conditioning unit in a hole in the wall?
Yes,
Was it in the same wall that the air conditioning unit was in?
yes,
Was it near the air conditioning unit that the thump seemed to come from?
yes.
What happened when you heard those thumps?
Well, I was on the phone and I asked Rachel, I said, I think we had an earthquake. Do we have an earthquake? And no, she'd said, and I noticed my picture would move, so I started thinking that maybe there was a person back there. And then I have this little flashlight, and I was going to investigate.
So there was a picture on that wall also. Is that yes?
Yes, there was a picture.
And that moved when you heard the noises?
Yeah, it almost moved off the wall.
Now, the area that you're talking about if this diagram were to go farther to your left, by right, it would be along this pathway, the south pathway that we traced with a line here. That's just below the garage on the diagram.
Yes,
And the wall of your guest house that you're referring to where you heard the thumps is the wall that faces onto that little pathway?
yes.
Okay, so after you heard those thumps, you indicated before you thought it was an earthquake or maybe someone outside?
Right, I said to her on the phone, it's a joke. I just said, if I don't call back in 10 minutes, start to worry.
And were you worried?
Yes,
Were you scared?
yes,
Did you think it might be a prowler?
yes.
So what did you do?
Well, I got this little flashlight and I went out to check on the noise.
Now you hung up the phone how long after you heard the thumps?
about 2 to 3 minutes. Pretty fast. I hung up the phone.
Pretty
I
fast?
think I'm pretty sure I did. I might have talked about the noise for a bit, but then I hung up and said I was going to go and do it and check on it. So 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, do you recall testifying before the grand jury that it was 1 to 5 minutes?
Yes. That's in the range, right?
That's in the range, yes. It could have been as little as 1 minute.
It might have been, yes.
So the time between hearing the thumps and you hanging up the phone could have been as little as 1 minute, as much as 5 minutes?
Yes.
You took the flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
To the area from my room around and went to the garage area.
When you say you went to the garage area, what part of the garage area did you go to?
Well, I walked down the pathway just a bit.
And you mean the area you've indicated earlier that would be just below where it's indicating garage on that diagram? And you're pointing to it now. Is that the area where you've previously kind of drawn a line?
Yes.
How did you get to that area? What path did you take to get there?
From my room,
Yes.
there's a path that I followed to the front area.
So did you walk through the pool area?
Through the pool area.
And is there a grassy portion on the Ashford side of the house?
There's grass, right, but I stayed on the cement
You
and
stay on the path
and then walked to that area.
to the garage area?
Yes.
When you came out on the path on the Ashford side of the house, can you show us that path and mark it?
Say it again, what was that?
The path that you say you walked on.
Right.
That's on the Ashford side of the house. Could you please mark that on the diagram?
So I come from my room back here. This would be the path right here. Like that.
Okay. For the record, the witness has traced a path. I would like for you to mark that path.
This path?
Yes, mark the path indicating where you should put a B. No, we already have a B. Put a K on that path. Thank you, Mr. Kalin. And the witness has marked the path with a K where he's indicated. So you walk down that path to the driveway, down the driveway, past the garage, and down the south, over to the southern corner of the garage.
I only went so far the first time. About that far.
For the record, why don't you mark where that is? Put K1. You can step down. Thank you. For the record, the witness has placed K1 on the diagram. That's where you stopped?
Yes.
When you first came out on the path, sir, did you notice anything or anyone in the driveway or at the gate?
The limousine.
Did you see anyone sitting in the car?
I couldn't tell if someone was in the car or not. It was just the car was there.
Did you stop to talk to that person or let them in the gate?
Not the first time.
Why not?
Because I figured there's a intercom phone there that the person took care of everything. He probably called the house.
Can the gate be opened from inside the house electronically?
Yes.
Now, when you went around to the Ashford side gate, when you first came out on the path, were the lights in the house on or off?
The light upstairs, I think, was on.
How about downstairs?
No, I didn't notice any lights on downstairs.
So did it appear to you that the lights downstairs were off when you first came out on that path?
I don't remember. The lights of the inside the house?
Inside the house, downstairs.
I don't remember if lights were on or off. I think it was dark.
After you got to that point on the path of the garage, strike that.
I think the lights were on. God. I think the lights were on. Doesn't matter. I think they were on.
I just want to know what you remember. Are
I
you
don't
sure?
remember. I don't.
If
I'm
you
not
don't
for sure.
remember.
I don't know.
Okay. You're not sure if the lights were on or off
Correct.
downstairs?
Correct.
And I'm talking about the point when you first came out on the path and saw the limo driver.
Yes.
You're not certain?
Not certain.
Okay. You walked down to the portion of the garage that you've indicated with K1.
Yes.
Why did you stop there?
I was. My light wasn't working very well, and I was scared, and I decided to come back.
Okay. Was it very dark back there?
Yes.
So you came back out. What happened next?
Well, then I noticed the limo was still parked there, and I went, geez, I should let this guy in. I guess he's waiting. And so I pressed the button, and the gate opened up, and he drove up.
Now, why were you going over to that area of the garage at the southern portion of the property?
I was going to check on that noise.
And that's where you thought the sound came from?
Well, it was further down, but I'd never made it down all the way.
When you say it was further down, in other words, where? You mean by your guest house on
Yes.
that path?
Right.
When you turned around and came back from the garage, you went and opened the gate for the limo driver?
Yes.
He drove in?
Yes, he did.
What happened next?
He drove in, and I got out of the car, and I asked if Odie overslept or what was going on, because it was getting late. I figured it was pretty late right now. He said he was coming up from Redondo, and we had some, I can't remember all the dialogue, but I remember he came up from Redondo.
Okay.
Oh, and I asked him if we had an earthquake, and I was trying to see if maybe we did. He goes, no, not that I'm aware of. And I said, well, I heard this noise, and told him I was going to investigate, and I felt safer if someone's there, so I was going to check on it again.
So when you saw the limo driver was there, you felt safer?
Yeah,
And you thought you'd go and check on it again?
that I would, yes.
When you walked down the driveway the first time towards the garage area, right, and walked back, can you tell us if you noticed anything near the Rolls Royce on the ground?
There was a bag. I mean, it was like a knapsack, I think, kind of bag.
And where in relation to the Rolls Royce was it? For the record, the witnesses pointed to a B on the diagram. Is that where you think the bag was?
Yes.
Can you describe it a little better?
It was dark. I don't know the color. I imagine it was dark black or blue, and I thought it had a little brown leather kind of square patch.
Okay, you had a conversation with the limo driver. You
Yes.
talked about the earthquake. And at some point, did you complete the conversation?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Well, even during that, I think it was during that I also I helped load up a golf bag in the trunk of the limo,
Okay.
and then I went back there, went a little further down the path, and then there's a gate that if I would,
So wait, you had loaded a golf bag into the trunk of the limo,
yes,
and then you walked back to the garage area,
yes,
and you went down to that southern portion that you've marked with a K1 earlier.
yes,
You had the flashlight with you,
yes, it did.
and you indicated now that there's a gate there?
There's two gates, right?
Where's
One
the
was-
first one?
First one's right about there.
For the record, why don't you put G? Actually, put a G1. Yes, there's a second gate?
G2.
Thank you. For the record, the witnesses placed G1 and G2. Okay, G1 is closer to the Rockingham exit, right?
Yes. It's not really working.
It's not really
I
working?
mean, you have to pick it up kind of to move it.
Is it locked? Kept locked?
No, it's just kind of leaning up against a tree.
The second gate, Where is that in relation to your guest house?
How close is it to my guest house?
Yes.
About 10 feet.
And how do you open that gate, the second one?
It swings open. Sure.
This time, did you swing it open?
No, I got to the gate and I turned around.
Why?
I had this little pen light flashlight that was very dim and I was scared, so I walked back up.
So you never went all the way down to where you thought you heard the noises come from?
No.
I have here a series of photographs, Your Honor. Yeah, that's in Rock People's 9. They're labeled A through E.
Right?
Showing you the photographs that are marked, labeled A through E. I'm directing your attention now specifically this time to photograph A. Do you recognize the location being shown in that photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
That'd be the back of my guest room.
The wall shown here is the back of your guest room?
Yes.
And the air conditioning unit that you see there hanging over the wall, is that the air conditioning unit that is in your wall?
Yes.
And that's the air conditioning unit near which you heard the thumps come from?
Yes.
So this would be the area that you were, and I'm indicating for the record, Your Honor, in photograph A, the walkway that is just before leading up to the air conditioner. This was the area that you never made it down to
Correct.
when you were trying to find out what happened on the wall that night.
Yes.
And is that the same area that's shown in photograph B?
Yes.
The fence that you can see in photographs A, B, and C, again, is that the fence that divides the property of 360 Rockingham from the neighbors?
Yes.
When you were attempting to go down to the south, that area shown on photograph A of People's 9, was there a dog on the property that night?
Yes, there is.
What was that dog's name?
Chachi.
And were you with the dog that night?
Well, when I was going to go back down, I said, Chachi, come with me, and he ran away. I said, great watchdog.
So you went to the second gate this time, and then you came back out.
Say it again?
You went to the second gate,
Yes, up to it.
up to the second gate that leads to the area shown in photograph A of People's 9,
Yes.
and then you turned around and went back.
Yes.
What did you do when you came back?
I came back to the front area, and
Okay. The bag that you indicated, you pointed to that's labeled with a B,
yes.
for the position, was that in an area of darkness?
Yes.
Had you ever seen it before?
No.
When you came back, so you actually went down to the garage area, the southern portion of the garage area, twice.
Yes, I did.
The first time before you opened the gate for the driver,
Yes.
and the second time after you let him in and had a brief conversation with him.
Yes.
When you came back out from that area after visiting it the second time, who did you see out in the front area?
That was the limo driver, OJ, and myself.
You mean the defendant? You saw the
Yes.
defendant with the limo driver?
We were all outside.
What were they doing?
I think packing, getting ready to go to the airport.
Did you offer to go and get that bag that was marked with a B on this diagram?
That I was going to take it, pack it, yes.
Did you offer to get it for the defendant?
Yes.
What was his response?
He'll get it.
He said he would get it?
Yes.
So you did not see the defendant come out of the front door?
No.
He was already out when you got back from the garage area?
Yeah, we're all outside.
Did you discuss with the defendant the earthquake that you thought you felt or the prowler that you thought might be there?
Yes, I did.
What'd you say?
I said, OJ, I heard this noise. I thought something might be back there.
Were you still pretty excited about that?
Pardon?
Were you still pretty excited and
Yeah.
upset about that?
Yes. So I said, this flashlight, it doesn't work very well. And I need a better one, so I asked the limo driver if he had a flashlight. And he said no, and then I asked OJ, and he said, you go inside and we'll check for one.
And then did the defendant go back in the house?
Yes.
Did you go with him?
Yeah, I was behind him.
What happened then?
Went into the house, and then OJ said, is that the right time? And I was behind him, and I said, yeah. So then he had to catch his flight, so I hurried up, got him good going. I said, come on, you gotta catch the flight. So then he got in the limo.
Now, do you recall having a conversation after you told the defendant about the earthquake in which you agreed to both search the property?
Yes,
What did he say? What did he tell you?
that we check it together.
And then what did you do?
Oh, we were gonna get a flashlight, so I didn't get the flashlight. So I never checked on it again.
So
After
you
that.
did not separate and go and look around the property?
No.
Approximately how much time did you spend with the defendant at the point that you saw him getting ready to leave in the limo?
How much time did I spend with you before? 3 minutes. 3 to
Very
5.
brief contact?
Yes.
How did he appear to you at that time?
Hurried first flight.
In a rush?
Yes.
Did you have a lot of opportunity to watch him or look at him?
No.
Very brief contact?
Yes.
Did you see him get into the limo?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hands?
No.
Which gate did the limo drive out of?
Rockingham.
Now that gate, do you know how it operates?
Sure. You press a button and it opens up.
And did you press that button?
Yes, I did.
Can that button also be pressed from inside the house? Can you open the gate from inside the house?
Yes.
When it closes, does it lock automatically?
Yes.
The front door to the house of 360 Rockingham, is that always kept locked?
Yes.
Do you know who has a key to that door, to that front door?
Which people?
Yes.
That I know was OJ and Arnell, and I think Gigi.
Did you have one?
No.
See. Gigi is who?
Gigi's a housekeeper.
And you did not have one?
I do not have a key.
Does the strike that. If you wanted to get into the Rockingham gate without being buzzed in from the house, could you open it with a key?
The Rockingham gate, yes.
What about the Ashford gate?
The Ashford gate, you can get in other ways too.
Does the Ashford gate lock automatically?
It locks automatically, but there's a hinge that you can open the gate up that I use a lot.
So without somebody buzzing you in,
You could,
or a key, you could still get in?
yes,
Can that gate also be locked,
yes.
so that you would need a key to get in?
Oh, on the Ashford?
Right.
No, it's a intercom or phone that goes direct, that they ring you in,
Okay.
but there's not a key.
But there's not a key?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Okay. Only the Rockingham side can be opened from the outside with a key?
Because the key there, I know the other one, that Rockingham, I know you need a key.
After the defendant left, what did you do?
Oh, I got back on the phone. I went to my room on the phone again.
Again?
I had
Who did you call?
Rachel.
Okay. Was that call interrupted?
Yes.
How?
OJ had called and said that he forgot to alarm, so I should alarm the house.
The defendant called to say that you should set the alarm on the house?
Yes.
Had you ever done that before?
No.
So did you know how to set the alarm on the house?
No.
Did he explain how?
Yes.
And did he have to give you some instructions or a code or something?
A code.
And did he give you that code?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
Believe it or not, I got off the phone again, and I coded the house.
Okay. Had you ever been asked to do that before?
Sustained.
Can you describe the demeanor of the defendant at the time you saw him as he was preparing to leave in the limo?
I rushed first flight.
Seem angry?
No.
Depressed?
No.
Could you describe the weather that night?
It was about 65. It was kind of foggy, I think. I mean, it was cool.
Cool night? Is that yes?
Yes.
Did the defendant appear to be hot or sweaty when you went out to McDonald's that night?
Didn't notice.
You didn't notice that?
No.
What time was it when the defendant left in the limo for the airport?
I don't know the exact time, but estimating about 11:15, 11:20.
Have a moment, Shadow?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Kalin, do you remember what the defendant was wearing when he was about to leave for the airport, when he was getting ready to get into the limo?
I'm not positive. I think it was a sweat outfit.
Do you think it was the same sweat outfit you saw him wearing earlier that night when you went to McDonald's?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Overruled. Do you know the answer to that question?
No.
You don't know.
I don't know exactly what he's wearing.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, are you prepared to cross-examine now, or did you want to defer that?
Your Honor, we would like to defer it afterwards.
All right. It's approximately 7 minutes to 12, so I think that we'll simply break for the noon recess at this time and commence at 1:30. Sir, we will, at some point in time, have you be returning to the stand. I'm not sure exactly when that will be. I'm going to remind you, please, not to discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers in this matter. Thank you. You may step down. I'd like to see counsel in chambers just with regard to scheduling. We're once again on the record in the case of the People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Ms. Clark.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I have a copy of the return to search warrant. I'd indicate for counsel that it's numbered in discovery that they've already received pages 00220 through 00225.
Do you have a copy for the
For the
clerk?
court, this is for the court, Your Honor.
All right, give it to the clerk, please. I think Ms. Clark had mentioned some page numbers in your discovery. Do you have those page numbers again, Ms. Clark, for the defense?
I just handed it to the court. I think it's 002202025.
Those are the numbers that are stamped in the upper right-hand corner of this document?
I would indicate to the court, for the purpose of the motion, I direct the court's attention to the numbering on the items listed in the property report attached to the return to search warrant, that the numbering begins with 12.
Yes.
That's because items 1 through 11 that are the subject matter of the motion were not seized pursuant to warrant.
All right, so those items that, that you're seeking to admit in the course of the preliminary hearing are included within items 1 through 11?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we have a return to search warrant and referring to an attachment incorporated inventory. I do not have a copy of the inventory.
Well, if council separates the pages, then, and if council has segregated the pages so that they have property reports in one spot and search warrants in another, then of course it won't be attached in council's copy. That's why we numbered the discovery, and that's why you have consecutive pages, 00220 through 00225, to indicate what all went together.
What I'm saying is we do not have 00222, 00223, or 00224, or 00225.
All right, I assume that you can find copies of that and have someone make them so that they can be provided to the...
Yes, sir, I will provide it to council again, but I would urge council to advise me if ever there seems to be numbers coming out of sequence, because we are numbering the discovery consecutively, so that if there are numbers missing, council's made immediately aware of the fact that something is not in place.
Mr. Shapiro, did you find those pages that they're mentioning yet?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. We, but just by way of clarification, we just received today via fax 3 pages of discovery. The copies that I have do not have any page numbers on it. So if Ms. Clark is correct, there was somewhere in her office number.
May I ask the council something?
Yeah.
These reports were very recently generated, and we are going to be turning them over again in a larger package that will be numbered. These were faxed to council simply to give them advanced discovery before the entire package was assembled and sent to him, which will have the numbering on it. So this was just a courtesy copy to council in advance of the official copy that will be coming with numbers.
All right. I believe that you indicated you had an additional witness that you wished to call before we got to the motion.
Yes, Your Honor, and for the record, we have now shown pages 222 through 225 that had been requested by council. Council has seen it. People call Rachel Ferrara.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please. This way.
So, swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Stand and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, Rachel, Ferrara, Ferrara.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ferrara, are you acquainted with someone by the name of Brian Kalin?
Cato, yes.
And you just said Cato?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Is that what you call him?
Mm-hmm.
His
Yeah.
nickname?
Right.
If you could please say yes and no, as opposed to uh-huh or uh-uh.
Okay.
Thank you. How long have you known Cato?
Approximately 5 months.
And during that 5-month period that you knew him, where was he living?
In OJ's guest house,
Which was located where?
Brentwood.
Do you recall the address?
Rockingham. I don't know the exact address.
Is it at a corner or is it in the middle of the street?
It's in the middle of the street, I think.
What's the nearest cross street to Rockingham, if you know?
I don't know.
Don't. On June the 12th, 1994, did you get a call from Brian Kalin?
Yes,
About what time?
it's probably around 10:20.
And you were in your home at that time?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Uh-huh.
What was it? Is that yes?
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, he first talked about this typewriter that he had borrowed from OJ, and he couldn't figure out how to use it. And probably did that for about 5 minutes, and then he said that he went to McDonald's with him, and he didn't say what time, but he said earlier in the night they'd had gone. And then we talked about some other stuff that I don't remember.
Did something interrupt your conversation during that phone call?
There was, well, he called it a loud bang, and he asked me if there was an earthquake, and I said no, because I didn't feel anything, and I also had the TV on, and I didn't hear any mention of it on the TV. And then that was probably about 20 minutes or 15 minutes after we started talking.
How many miles away from him were you during that phone call?
Driving probably, I don't know miles, but I mean, I could say 20 minutes driving.
During that phone call, before he told you that he'd heard the thumps,
Mhm.
did you notice what time it was?
He said, well, I asked him what time it was before that, and he said around 10:30.
And how much after that did he tell you he heard the thumps?
It's already been asked.
No.
Did he tell you he heard the thumps?
Yes, and he didn't, I'm asking her the timing of that. How long after the point when they said it, they fixed the time at 10:30, did he tell you it was, he heard the thumps?
My recollection was 15 minutes after the phone call.
The testimony, I believe, was 15 to 20 minutes after she started talking to him. And she testified that that call was approximately 10:20, according to the notes I have.
And now I'm asking a different question, which is, she asked him what time it was during the phone call. He said it was 10:30. And then I asked her how long after they had that exchange about it being 10:30 did he tell her he heard the thumps?
All
It's
right.
a different question.
Objections overruled.
I'd say about 10 minutes.
Somewhere around 10:40?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yes.
yes? And did he, when he told you he heard the thumps, did he ask you something?
Yes, he asked me if it was an earthquake, and I said no, because his picture had almost fallen off the wall or shook or something. So,
Had you felt an earthquake?
no.
Now, had you ever been to the location on Rockingham where Cato was staying, in the guest house?
Yes.
How many times had you visited there?
I'd say approximately 6 or 7 times.
You'd go there, would you spend the night?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you use the pool area?
I used the pool once.
Jacuzzi ever?
No.
Do you know where the basketball and tennis courts were?
Yes.
Did you ever play on them?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the main house?
No.
But you were able to move around Cato's area.
Right.
When he mentioned to you about the sound,
Mm-hmm.
how did he sound to you?
He was pretty shooken up by it. And he kept saying how it scared him, basically.
Did you continue to talk after he first mentioned the thumps to you?
Yes, we talked for probably, I'm estimating 7 minutes. And then he kept coming back to the noise because he kept saying, wow, that noise is just really freaking me out. I can't figure out what it was. So he said, I'm going to go outside and check it out. And if I'm not back in 10 minutes, then call the cops or police.
So what time was it when you hung up?
Probably around 10:50, 10:45.
So you hung up around 10:45 to 10:50?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Right, yes,
And he said he was going to look outside.
right.
What happened next? Did you hear from him again?
He was gone more than 10 minutes, probably around 15 minutes, because actually was getting convinced there might be something wrong. So he called back after he got inside and said that that he had run into OJ outside and that he told him that he had overslept and he was supposed to be in Chicago. And he also said that he had seen the limo because the limo was out there waiting for him.
So that Cato had seen the
Cato
limo?
had seen the limo, yeah, yes.
About what time was it when he called you back?
It was probably a little after 11. 11, we'll say around 11, 11:03, 11:05.
Do you recall earlier saying it was around 11:15?
I don't know. Maybe, yes.
Could it have been 11:15?
I don't know, there's so many interludes. It could have been 11:15.
Okay. When he called you back at around that time, sometime after 11, what did he tell you?
You mean it's what I just told you, that he had run into OJ when he was outside and that OJ had told him that he had overslept and he was supposed to be catching a plane to Chicago and the limo was out there waiting. And he said something about a flashlight, I don't know what.
Was your conversation with him interrupted?
It was probably around 10 minutes later.
And how
The
was
phone clicked, call waiting.
a call waiting click
On his side, yeah.
on Cato's side?
Right,
And did Cato go off the line?
right.
Did he come back on the line?
Yes, he came back on the line.
Tell you what had happened?
He said that was OJ, and he wants me to go set the alarm because he forgot to do it. And he had given him the code, which he said he had never done before. And he thought that was a little weird.
So he thought it was weird that OJ had given him the code now to set the alarm?
Right.
And then did you continue to talk for a while?
Then we talked, yeah, for probably another hour and a half.
I have nothing further.
Cross.
No questions at this time. You're not doing it.
You may step down. I'd ask you not to discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers involved in this matter, and you may be recalled. Thank you. All right, I think that then we've come to that point in the proceedings where we are going to deal with the defense motion to suppress certain items of evidence. We did have a conference in chambers right before the noon hour to discuss the timing and the witnesses on this matter. And it's basically anticipated that there may be a total of 6 or 7 witnesses testifying for both sides in connection with the motion only. Is there an issue of standing that needs to be established before we get to the basics of this motion, or has that been agreed to by the parties?
Perhaps we can't stipulate, we can make an offer of proof, Your Honor, that the witnesses who will be testifying will establish that the Ford Bronco, although registered to the Hertz Corporation, was permanently assigned for use by the defendant, O.J. Simpson, as part of his employment by Hertz. that it was locked and that the keys to the Bronco were inside the house. And there will also be testimony that the premises of 360 Rockingham are the family home of the defendant, O.J. Simpson, was shared by his housekeeper, his daughter, and his guest, Brian Caleb.
Ms. Clark?
Is counsel asking you to stipulate that there will be such testimony, or that that is the case?
Mr. Ullman?
Either way is fine, but I was just making an offer of proof that the testimony would elicit these facts.
With respect to the proffer concerning the Ford Bronco, the people agree. That is what the testimony will show. With respect to the premises of 360 Rockingham, there may be an issue as to the guest house area of Mr. Kalin. I'd like to refrain from entering into any stipulation concerning standing at this point. I would stipulate that the premises of 360 Rockingham are owned by the defendant, but reserve the issue of the right to privacy of the area around the guest house unit.
I think in the abundance of caution, I'm not sure I quite understand what the import is of what Ms. Clark is willing to stipulate to. Maybe we can just establish standing at the outset so there's no issue as to standing, and then proceed as to the rest of the motion thereafter. Are you prepared to do that at this time, Mr. Ullman?
I'm not sure our witnesses are here to do that. Your Honor, we could... All right. Yeah, we'll do it then with Detective Van Adder.
Okay. Then you may call your witness.
Yes, we'll call Detective Philip Van Adder.
Excuse me, Your Honor. May I be heard?
Yes?
Perhaps what counsel would like to do is stipulate that the items of evidence we seek to introduce at this preliminary hearing were not seized pursuant to warrant. I will so stipulate, and that the burden shifts to the people. There is no reason for counsel to call Detective Van Adder. We're not litigating the warrant, Your Honor.
I understand, and the court has not made any inquiry concerning the warrant at this point in time. In reading your responding papers that were filed today, there's an issue, as there is with any 1538.5 motion with regard to standing. It seemed to me that was put in issue by the responding papers that you filed, and I think the only purpose for which Mr. Ullman was calling Detective Van Adder is for the standing issues only, period, not with regard to the merits of the motion itself, the location of evidence that was recovered, or anything of that nature. We were just going to deal solely and exclusively, initially, with the standing issues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right? All right. Detective, please face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the confidential for the court shall be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the record.
Philip Van Adder, Philip Vannatter.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Detective Van Adder, did you have occasion on June 13th to visit the premises at 360 North Rockingham Drive?
Yes.
We have, Your Honor, what we will ask be marked as Defense Exhibit A, which is a architect's rendering of the entire premise.
All right, that'll be marked Defendants A.
Now, before you proceeded to the premises, Mr. Van Adder, had you been told who lived at these premises?
Yes.
By whom?
By Detective Furman and Detective Phillips from West Los Angeles Division.
And what did they tell you about the premises?
They told me it was the residence of O.J. Simpson.
Right. And when you arrived at the premises, did you find that they were enclosed by any sort of fence or wall?
Yes,
Were the entire premises surrounded by one fence or wall?
the area that I could see was, yes.
All right. And the only entrances into those areas were a gate from Ashford Street and a gate at Rockingham Avenue?
That's correct.
Now, after you entered the premises, did you locate any persons residing on the premises?
One person was located, yes. There were actually two people there. One person told me that they resided there. The other person said it was not their permanent residence.
All right. Now, let's refer to the first person you encountered on the premises. Was that Mr. Kalin?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And could you indicate on the chart where you encountered Mr. Kalin?
Certainly. May I stand up so I can
Please.
look at it and see? Would have been the second guest quarters.
All right.
Rear of the location.
Now, are the guest quarters attached to the main residence?
Yes,
And it is possible to go directly from Mr. Kalin's room into the house itself?
yes, as I recall, it's true.
All right. Now, did Mr. Kalin tell you the circumstances of his being on the premises?
No, I didn't interview him, other than he lived there. I heard him say that, but I didn't interview him until later.
Well, when you later interviewed him, did he explain why he was living there?
He didn't to me. I interviewed him regarding some noise that he had heard the previous evening. I was directed to him by Detective Furman, who had previously interviewed him and wanted me to hear what he'd said about hearing a noise behind his south wall.
All right. Were you told by Detective Furman that Mr. Kalin was a guest in the home who was not paying any rent for living there?
I didn't find that out until later.
All right. When did you find that out?
I believe it was much later in the day, in the afternoon.
On June 13th.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And your understanding was that he was a guest of Mr. Simpson.
My understanding when I first got in there, he was living in that guest quarters of that location. But I never found out until later in the day that he was living there rent-free.
All right. And did you encounter any other person on the premises?
Yes,
And who was that?
Arnell Simpson.
All right. And did you learn that she was Mr. Simpson's daughter?
Yes.
And where was she living?
She was living in the second guest quarters back.
All right. I believe that is designated Arnell's room on the chart.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did she explain the circumstances of her living there?
She told me briefly when I spoke with her that she had gotten there about 1 o'clock in the morning and that it was not her primary residence.
All right. And why was she there?
She said she'd come there to spend the night.
All right. As the guest of her father, Mr. Simpson?
I think that would have been a safe assumption, yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would submit the issue as standing.
Did you wish to cover the standing with regard to the Ford Bronco also?
I believe that's been agreed to.
That's right.
You'll agree to that? Okay. Do you have some questions of the detective with regard to the standing issues?
I do not.
All right. The court is going to find that the defendant does have standing to bring this particular motion.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that perhaps I did not make my position clear. Yeah, our moving papers do not address the issue of standing. Our moving papers address the issue of expectation of privacy in the area searched around the guest house.
All right. Well, let's proceed.
That is, and people will begin with Detective Furman.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You can step down.
There are at least two other detectives here. We would ask that they be excluded in these proceedings.
All right.
Your Honor, these are our investigating officers.
Well, I understand that you're investigating officers. However, apparently they're going to be testifying about matters that are in controversy with regard to this particular motion. And I think a motion to exclude would be appropriate. You'll have at least one of the investigating officers apparently present during the course of the proceedings. Is there some detective that's not going to testify that you designated as an investigating officer if you feel you need to have somebody in courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the ones that are going to testify, would think that it would be appropriate if they remain outside when another testifying witness is proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Would you designate Detective Rogers, Lieutenant Rogers,
all right.
and ask if he remains?
And any other witness in connection with the motion should remain outside. And you said Detective Furman is going to be your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, sir.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. State and spell your name for the record.
Mark Furman, M-A-R-K, F-U-H-R-M-A-N.
You may inquire.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective for the city of Los Angeles, currently assigned to West Los Angeles homicide.
And how many years have you been so employed?
19 years?
And is West Los Angeles Detectives your current assignment?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to the case now pending before this court, you're aware of which one that is?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what time you received the call to proceed to the scene of the homicide in this case?
Yes, at 01:05 on the morning of the 13th, I received a call from my supervisor, Detective Ron Phillips.
Detective Ron Phillips?
Yes,
And what time? That was 1 a.m., 1:05 in the morning?
exactly 1:05.
And where did the call direct you to go?
To 875 South Bundy. Detective Phillips informed me we had a double homicide at that location, to meet him at the station and we would go out together.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
What time did you arrive at 875 South Bundy?
At 02:10 hours.
Can you tell us what the ambient temperature was that night?
I would approximate it at about 60 degrees.
When you arrived there, did you make contact with the first officer on the scene?
Yes, both Detective Phillips and I were contacted by Officer Risky.
What did you do with Officer Risky when you got there?
Well, Officer Risky informed us that the circumstances that led to the discovery of the bodies, a very kind of an overview, and then he led us to the front of the scene.
Now, when you went up to look at the bodies, sir, did you do so by walking straight up to them, or did you take a more circuitous path to avoid disturbing evidence?
Well, there was vegetation, flowers along the southern border of the cobblestone path. It was a manufactured cobblestone path. We walked up through that shrubbery and got as close as we could to the bodies.
And after you made that observation of the victims outside, what did you do next?
Well, we didn't feel that we could actually see the scene well enough without destroying evidence from that approach. So we asked Officer Risky if there was another way into the scene, and he said yes, around through the alley and through the garage.
And how did you get to the garage area?
We retraced our footsteps into that shrubbery area, back out to the sidewalk. We walked onto the street southbound on Bundy to Dorothy, where we turned westbound into the north-south alley leading behind the residence.
So you actually went back out to the sidewalk, rounded the corner, and came back up through the alley to go to the garage?
Yes.
And at that point, did you go and do a walkthrough in the house with Officer Risky?
Yes, we entered through the open garage.
It was open already?
Yes, it was.
Did you notice any signs of a disturbance or struggle inside that house?
And not at all. No, not in the garage, not on the stairway, and not in any portion of the house that we walked through at that point.
And the front door of the house, did you notice whether it was open or closed?
It was wide open, yes.
Were you informed about, when you got there, concerning the occupants that were found in the house at the time that the homicide was reported?
Yes, Officer Risky informed Detective Phillips and myself that the 2 children that were found upstairs were taken to the police station because he didn't know what else to do at that point, so he had them transported to the station.
So these were 2 small children?
Yes,
And at the point in time that you spoke to Officer Risky, no one knew where to put them, whose care to give them into?
no, not at that time. I think he just wanted to get them out of the scene and get them to a place of safekeeping.
When you had walked through the house, would you come out onto the landing looking down on the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
From that vantage point, looking down on the victims, were you able to see any items of evidence?
Yes, looking down directly below the landing there, I believe at that point there was a heel print which appeared to be going in a westbound direction away from the bodies towards the alley. There was also a knit cap, or what appeared to be a knit cap, dark cap type object, and what looked like a glove at the feet of the male victim in the shrubbery area just to the north of the female victim.
Can you describe the glove any better?
At that time, it was difficult to see it. There was another location from the north residence that I got a better view of it a little later. And then I noticed that it was a dark brown or could have been even a black at the light that I was looking at it. And it did appear to be a stocking cap when I got a closer look.
So it looked to you to be a dark brown or even black leather glove, and did you say what color the hat was?
It was very dark. It'd be dark blue or black.
Knit cap?
It appeared to be knit, yes.
Now, after you stood out on the landing and made those observations, how did you leave the area? How did you walk away from the residence?
Well, from that location, Officer Risky pointed out footprints that led away from the stairs going west. We followed to the right side of those prints, saw a few footprints leading westbound and drops of what appeared to be blood to the left of those prints.
So you saw a heel mark down by where the victims were that appeared to be pointing away from the victims in a westerly direction that would have taken the path up over the landing and towards the alley?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to
And
to the prosecutor continuing to ask a question, get a response, and then summarize that response back to the witness. She just virtually repeats everything he testifies to.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's not a legal objection that I'm aware of. Can I be
Basically,
permitted
it's
to
asked it's basically asked and answered, Ms. Clark. If the witness has given that response, you don't have to ask again for the response a second time. Proceed.
The other footprints that you saw were going in the same direction westerly over the landing?
Yes.
And to the left of that, you indicated you saw blood drops?
Red stains that appeared to be blood, yes.
Did those go all the way back on the landing to the alley?
There was drops up until there was steps going into a trough area that was a few feet wide, and then steps that came back out of that trough area up into the sidewalk at the same level as the front of the residence, and then there was more drops seen, but no footprints.
Now, these footprints, are these bare feet that you're seeing?
No.
What are they?
It appeared to be a shoe with a sole and a heel, not one continuous shoe print.
And how is it that you were able to see these prints?
They were imprinted in red onto the pavement of the sidewalk.
Did it appear to be in blood?
It appeared to me, yes, it was in blood.
After you made those observations walking to the right of the prints as you've indicated, what did you do next?
Continued into the, continue west on the walkway to a gate. It appeared to be about 5.5 foot gate that was very similar to the front gate that led into the residence. I observed blood on the top of the gate, red stains that I thought was blood. It looked like a small speck of blood on the turnstile of the lock and at the bottom rail of the gate. Walking further west, I saw change that Officer Risky pointed out to me that was strewn on the driveway, and drops of red stains that I believe to be blood.
Near the change?
Yes.
After making those observations, sir, did you make contact with any other detective?
Detective Phillips and I were in communication. We walked through the scene at the same time. He made similar observations, and then we returned inside the residence.
Did you do so through the garage?
Yes.
At some point, did you make contact with Detective Philip Van Adder?
Shortly thereafter, Detective Phillips notified me that robbery homicide had arrived and they would be taking over the case.
And did you wait for him?
Yes, we went out onto the street and we waited, it seemed like more than an hour.
When he arrived, what did you do?
We explained the situation as we knew it thus far. I believe Ron Phillips informed him where the children were. I was standing there listening to the conversation, and Ron Phillips took Detective Van Adder into the scene and showed him what we had observed and what Officer Risky had pointed out.
At some point, excuse me, strike that. Were you aware of who one of at least the female victim was at that time?
I was notified that when I was notified at my residence at 1:05 that morning, I was told that one of the victims was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson.
And did you relay that information to Detective Van Adder?
It was relayed, yes.
At some point, did you leave the location of 875 South Bundy?
Yes, we did.
Why?
At the direction of Detective Lang and Van Adder, they asked Detective Phillips and myself to take them to 360 North Rockingham, to O.J. Simpson's house, to make a notification and to get him to come to the police station and take custody of his children.
So the purpose of going to 360 North Rockingham was?
Object again. She's asked the question and said what the purpose was.
Sustained.
Did all of you then proceed to 360 Rockingham?
Yes, we did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5:05, 5:10.
Do you recall what portion of the property you went to first?
We went to the Ashford Gate. There's an intercom buzzer there and speaker, and we started buzzing the intercom.
I'm going to show you a diagram that has previously been marked. That's people 7. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
You see the area on that diagram that you went to with the other detectives
Yes, I do.
when you first got to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point it out?
The speaker box is right here on this pillar, and I believe we parked just west of the gate.
Now, when you pulled up to that location, can you describe the route that you took? Which street did you drive up to get to Ashford?
Rockingham.
When you drove up Rockingham, did you observe any vehicles parked near the gate, the Rockingham gate?
There was a white vehicle parked just north of the Rockingham gate on the east side of Rockingham, next to the parkway, adjacent to the property.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a sport utility truck that we later recognized as a Ford Bronco.
Now, when you were at the Ashford gate, you indicated that you rang the intercom bell.
Yes.
When you did you push the button?
I believe 3 of the 4 of us pushed the button, and we could hear the ringing inside the residence, but no one answered the intercom.
For how long did you continue to do that?
It was at least 10 or 15 minutes.
Did you observe whether there were any lights in the house?
Yes, I personally have observed that there was a light upstairs front of the residence. That would have been the most westerly upstairs bedroom or whatever room it was. I later knew that it to be a bedroom. And in the lower level in the southwest corner, there was a light on.
After you received no response for 10 to 15 minutes, what did you do next?
Well, Detective Phillips was on his cellular phone attempting to contact Westech to find out if Mr. Simpson was in town or not.
What is Westech, sir?
It's a private security firm that has contracts throughout that part of Brentwood and Bel Air.
And why was it that you called Westech?
Well, a lot of times when when people leave on vacation or business, they notify Westech that they're not going to be on the property, and if there is an alarm that they're not home, and to, you know, sometimes use a passkey, make entry, or whatever's necessary, but basically that they're not home.
So were you calling to find out if they knew there had been plans made for the occupants of that location to go somewhere?
We were hoping that we could find that out, yes.
Was there a sign on the property somewhere to indicate it was protected by Westech? Is that why you chose that particular company?
I'm not sure if I saw that sign. I mean, we have knowledge that Westech handles that area. Not to say that another one couldn't, but predominantly that is the service that is contracted in that area.
What information did Westech give you, if you know, over the phone when Detective Phillips called?
Well, I remember a unit being there, I believe.
A unit? What do you mean?
A Westech unit arrived at the scene. I'm not sure if it was at Detective Phillips' response, or excuse me, from Detective Phillips' phone call. Detective Phillips was contacting the station, who in turn was calling Westech. At some point, Westech arrived within a few minutes while we were still ringing the intercom. They informed us, to their knowledge, that Mr. Simpson was not out of town. While we're still attempting to make some kind of contact with anybody inside the home, Detective Phillips is attempting to get a phone number from Westech so we might call directly into the residence.
So a unit from Westech came out to the property?
As they were on the street, they were parked southbound Rockingham at Ashford. They stayed at that location. He did not get out of the vehicle.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Not that Westech officer. Detective Phillips approached him and asked him about getting a number for the inside, but he said he couldn't do that without a supervisor's approval, and a supervisor was requested. A supervisor did arrive a few minutes later, and I approached that man.
Did Westech Security inform you that they had no, did you ask them whether the occupants had travel plans?
They had no knowledge that he was not supposed to be home. I don't think it was carried any farther than that.
Did you ask him whether anyone was supposed to be home there?
I did not personally know.
You don't know what the other detectives did in that regard?
No, I don't.
Did they ever give you information that a full-time maid lived there?
They did not, but the sergeant that did respond to the scene who pulled up, he was going northbound in Rockingham. I stopped him just before he got to Ashford. He got out of his vehicle and was walking towards me, and I asked him, I informed him of the situation, that we were trying to ascertain if there was anybody at the residence. He says, well, there's a full-time maid that's supposed to be here all the time.
When you say the sergeant of West LA PD?
No, West Tech. There's a
West
West Tech
Tech.
supervisor that the West Tech officer that was already at the scene notified.
What happened next?
While Detective Phillips was on the cellular phone, and he was trying to call inside the residence, he did obtain the number. Detective Lang and Van Adder were still attempting to raise somebody on the intercom. They were standing by the gate. I walked around to the Rockingham side and went towards the white vehicle that we previously saw when we drove up Rockingham. I was walking towards the vehicle, the Bronco, and I noticed that the vehicle was parked rather strangely. It looked like it was parked in a very haphazard manner. The rear end was kicked out a little bit towards the street. The front end was real close to the curb with the tires turned into the curb. It just, when I was walking towards it, it looked a little strange for the area since there's no parallel parking. As I walked closer, I noticed a piece of wood lying on the parkway, which is very well manicured. It looked like it came from a picket fence. I looked at it closer, and it looked like it was freshly broken. The wood hadn't been weatherized, the exposed part. I walked around the vehicle, and I had a small flashlight, the type you just put on your belt, very small. I was looking over the vehicle from the front, and I came to the driver's door, and I saw a red stain above the chrome handle to the driver's door that was about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch square round, and I believe that to be blood.
Now, this car, this Ford Bronco you're describing, it was parked where?
It was parked northbound on Rockingham, just north of the Rockingham gate to 360 North Rockingham, adjacent to the east curb of Rockingham.
So it was on the street? It was not inside the gates?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you the series of photographs that have previously been marked as people's age. Can I ask you if you recognize the vehicle being shown in photograph labeled A and B?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's the Ford Bronco that I observed parked in Rockingham the morning of the 13th.
That's the one you're describing that you looked at with your small pen light?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is shown in photograph B?
In photograph B, this small red stain here is a stain that I saw that I believe was blood. And this is right above the driver's side door handle.
And what else did you see?
At that time, there was, I inspected the door more closely. I got down on the ground and looked at the door jamb area, which would be in photo A. This area, the seam of the lower door where it opens.
Where the door meets the floor of the driver's side of the car?
Yes.
What did you see there?
I saw 3 or 4 little lines red stained lines that looked like a brush mark, and which also looked like blood. They were very small, about 1/4 of an inch long.
Was the car muddied and dirty?
No, not at all. Very clean.
Was it as you see it in photograph A?
Yes.
Did you attempt to find out who that car belonged to?
I ultimately did run the license plate via my radio. The DMV came back to Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Was there any way of determining who was supposed to be in possession of it at the time that you were seeing it?
Well, after I observed the stain on the driver's door, I looked in the interior of the vehicle. I looked closely in this area right here. It's tinted, and you can see that there. I pressed my flashlight against it, and I observed a package in the rear cargo area, all the way in the rear. It was a package that was addressed in handwriting to O.J. Simpson, and I believe it was care of Kathy.
Can you recall whether it was addressed to O.J. Simpson or to a business with that name?
Overruled.
I could not tell you the address. I did see it just said O.J. Simpson. I'm not sure if it was Enterprises or O.J. Simpson. I noticed the name.
Did you notice anything else?
Yes, in the rear cargo area, in the same place as the package. The package was all the way against the rear seat area in the Bronco, and lying in the rear cargo area there was a shovel. I would approximate it 4.5, 5-foot shovel. There was also what appeared to be, from looking through the window, a heavy gauge plastic that was tucked in the right storage area of that rear cargo area.
What happened next?
I went around several feet in front of the Bronco. I didn't want to yell. I did call for Detectives Van Adder, Phillips, and Lang to meet me. We met at the corner of Ashford and Rockingham, and I told them what I had discovered. So I believe I found some blood on the Bronco. I showed all three of them what I had found, and Detectives Lang and Phillips returned to the Ashford gate, still attempting to raise someone inside the house. Detective Van Adder and myself discussed the situation at that point, just several feet in front of the Bronco.
Now, when you said they were trying to raise someone from the house, by what means were they doing that?
Well, I believe they went back to the Ashford gate, and I know Detective Phillips was trying to call somebody in the residence. I didn't know if he ceased that attempt at that time or continued it.
Did you have in your possession, more to your knowledge, did the other detectives have in their possession at that time a phone number for the house itself?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure that Ron Phillips had already acquired a phone number inside the residence and was trying on his cellular phone to get somebody to answer the phone.
So West Tech did finally give that number to you?
I'm not positive if he got that from the watch commander or West Tech directly, but I was told that he obtained it, and that's what he was in the process of doing.
Was there any response to the phone calls made to the residence?
None.
So at that point, after the observations you made and failure to raise anybody in the house, did you have a conversation with Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
I told Detective Van Adder, I said, we got an emergency here. We got a problem. We don't know if we have people inside that are in danger, dying, bleeding to death. We have to do something. I don't care whose house this is. We have to do something. We don't know if we have a murder-suicide, a kidnapping, another victim. And Phil agreed, and we took our opinions to Detective Lang and Phillips, and we discussed the possibilities.
So what was it you wanted to do and why?
Well, I believe that we had to find out if there was anybody in the residence that was injured to save their life, save other people's lives. We didn't know what the situation was, and from what we knew and where we just came from, I think it was imperative that we contact someone and make sure everything was okay.
Now, what time was it at that point when you were all conferring about what to do?
I believe we were out there for at least 30 minutes, attempting to get somebody on the phone, attempting to have somebody open the gate. While they're continuing to do that, I walked over and made the observations on the Bronco. And I would say 30 to 40 minutes.
So what time was it approximately then?
It was probably 5:40, 5:45, 5:50.
Were you aware of approximately what time it was that the small children were taken out of 875 South Bundy?
I don't know that exact time, no.
You arrived there, again, what time?
I arrived at the Bundy scene at 02:10.
The children, were they there at the time you got there?
No.
So at the time that you were at the Rockingham address, to your knowledge, had anything been done to arrange for the care and custody of the children?
No, to my knowledge, they were still at the station.
Did that play any part in your determination to go into the, as to what to do at that point?
Well, I believe immensely. We had to find out if anything was wrong inside the residence. We had children at the station. We had the possibility of somebody being injured. We had to go in, but I don't think that was the paramount reason. It was preservation of life from what we knew at that point.
So what did you decide to do?
We decided, Detective Van Adder decided that we will go in, and how are we going to do that? And I said, I'll go over the wall. So I jumped the wall and went over and opened up the hydraulic gate.
And then the other detectives were still outside the gate, right?
Yes, I opened the gate and they walked in.
What did you do when they all came inside the gate?
Well, we all four went to the front door of the residence and knocked on the door.
What happened?
Nobody answered.
How long did you continue to try and knock on the door?
I think that was just a few minutes, maybe 1, maybe 2 minutes.
Did you receive any response?
No.
What'd you do next?
There's a walkway that leads on the north side of the residence back towards the pool area. We walked on that stone path past the rear of the residence, adjacent to the pool, and there appeared to be pool houses or guest houses, and we went down to one of those. Curving path that's designated on this drawing. It arches, comes down through a patio area directly to the rear of the main house at 360 Rockingham. We walk past this, and there's bungalows or pool houses to the southern, that would be the southeastern corner of the property.
Where did you go?
I was not leading the group. Detective Phillips was in front, and he knocked on the first bungalow door. Prior to him knocking, there was louvers on the front door. He looked inside and saw a male lying on the bed. I remember him looking back saying, there's a guy lying on the bed. He knocked on the door, and the male got up and answered the door.
Did you make contact with the person that answered the door?
I did eventually, not at that exact moment.
Detective Phillips spoke to him?
Detective Phillips explained the situation, that there was a possible emergency and we needed to find out if anybody was in the house and if everybody was okay if they were.
And what was the male's response?
I don't know if anybody's in the house, and then he referred to the next bungalow where, well, OJ's daughter, Arnell, is in the next bungalow.
So that's what he said? What you're
Yes.
reporting is, I don't know if anybody's in the house. That's what he said?
Yes.
And when he directed you to Arnell's place, what did you do?
Well, I stayed with, we call him Cato, I'm Mr. Kalin. I stayed with him, and the other 3 detectives went to Arnell Simpson's.
You subsequently found out his name, of this person you've been referring to, as Mr. Kalin?
Yes,
And he had, what was the name, Cato?
that's the nickname he goes by.
When he referred you all to Arnell's room, did the others then leave and go to that direction?
Yes,
And you stayed?
yes.
Why?
Well, I didn't know who Mr. Kalin was, and I wasn't sure if he was even supposed to be there. I stayed with him and engaged him in a conversation about who he was and what he was doing there, and a few other things.
So you were trying to determine if he was an intruder?
Well, I think there was an officer safety issue for myself and the detectives. We really couldn't leave somebody just standing there. We didn't really know much about the crime scene at Bundy, and we didn't know anything what was going on Rockingham, so no, I couldn't.
Did you go into his guest room?
Yes.
Can you describe his appearance, the appearance of Mr. Kalin at the time you saw him?
Well, he was disheveled. He was just woken up. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was mussed. He seemed disoriented, as I suppose anybody would be if they're woken up at that time of the morning.
Okay, did you ask his permission to go into the guest room?
I asked him if I could look around. He said yes.
Did you have a conversation with him at that time?
Yes, simultaneous with, I walked to the bathroom, which I couldn't see into from where I was standing inside the doorway. I walked in just to make sure nobody was in there, and I opened up the closets to make sure nobody was standing in the closets. I engaged him in conversation while I was doing that. I noticed a pile of clothes to the, if you were lying in the bed, it would be the right side, next to the right side of the bed, and a pair of shoes. I asked him if those are the clothes he wore, and he said, last night, and he said yes. I said, mind if I look at them? He said no. I picked up the shoes, I looked at the soles. I picked up the clothes, and I looked at the clothes. There didn't appear to be anything unusual about them. I put them back where they were, and I was still talking to Mr. Kalin. I asked him if there's anything unusual that happened that night. Before he answered, before I let him answer, I asked, who drives a Bronco? He says, well, that's OJ's. I said, is that all? Is that the only person that drives it? He goes, yeah. I asked him if there was anything unusual that happened the previous night. And he said, well, about 11:15, I heard some crashing on my wall. And I thought there was going to be an earthquake. But that was the only noise. Just one time my picture shook. And he pointed to a picture that was just to the west of his bed, which would have been at the far right of the room, looking into his room from the doorway. And then he said, I went outside to see what was going on with the noise, and I saw a limo at the gate. At that point, I interrupted him, and I took him into the house where now the Mr. Simpson's daughter and the 3 detectives had already entered the rear of the residence, and the door was open.
Did you ask him whether or not he knew if the defendant had driven the Ford Bronco that night?
I believe I asked him, but I don't believe he answered. I think he said he didn't know or he didn't remember.
So you brought Cato into the house?
Yes.
Where did you put him?
There's a bar inside, it looks like a recreation room, a billiard room. And just to the right of that, as you're entering the rear of the residence, there's 4 or 5 bar stools. I said, why don't you sit here for a second? One of the detectives is going to talk to you in a few minutes. Just sit here and relax. I continued towards the front of the residence, and right by the kitchen, I saw Detective Van Adder, and I told him, I says, talk to the man that was in the bungalow. He's seated at the bar. And I continued out the front of the residence.
Why?
Well, I was, from the statement he made, the crashing sound and the time that he heard it, combined with the blood in the Bronco, the way I was feeling is there's a possibility there could be another victim or a suspect that had collapsed or escaped via that route on the southern border of the house.
What time was it that Cato said he heard that thump on the wall?
He said about 11:15.
And did he show you where on the wall that thump seemed to have come from?
There was a, right behind the head of his bed, there's a space in the wall. Right at the edge of his bed, there's an air conditioner, and to the far left of his bed, there would be the picture. He heard the crash right in that area.
In between where and where?
Between the air conditioner and his picture, right behind his head, which would have been probably 2 feet to the west of the air conditioner vent.
And did he point out the picture that he said he saw move when the thump occurred?
Yes, I believe it was the only picture in the room.
Now that wall that he pointed out to you as being the wall where the thump came from, could you tell where the exterior of that wall faced in terms of the property?
Well, I couldn't at that point. I had to go outside and become a little oriented with the layout of the house. I've never been at the southern border of that house. So I exited the front of the residence and I went to the southern border of the house. And I looked down, I saw a cement path a couple of feet wide with a 3.5, 4-foot cyclone fence running on the property line between the house to the south and the Simpson residence.
Can you see that portion of the property on the defense diagram in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Can you please point it out?
Yes, if you come out of the front entrance,
Can the court see?
Actually, no.
if you come out of the front of the entrance of the home, you're going directly west. As soon as you get to the driveway, you go directly south. You walk past the garage. I guess you'd have to swing out. Go past the garage. When you reach the cyclone fence, it's the southern portion of the property. And then you go east, and then you're running along the garage. There's a little indentation for the maid's quarters. And then you get into another structure. It looks like the beginning of the bungalows, but it's not. You go a little farther, and there's another indentation, and then you can see a connecting corridor, which is an office stairway area, and then there's Cato's room.
And that's indicated as Cato's room on the diagram?
Yes, and there's another way you can tell. As the bungalows start, they have a sheer wall on the southern border. It goes up, I would probably say, 20 feet, 15, 20 feet, and it has a single pitched roof that slants in towards the pool. And the rest of the structure doesn't have that type of architecture. So at that point, I knew that that was approximately that wall. And there was also an air conditioning unit that was sticking out.
Overhanging the walk?
Yes, I think it was even braced.
And did that appear to be the air conditioning unit that you'd seen on the inside of Cato's guest house?
Well, to the best of my estimations on where it would be, yes, and I didn't see any other air conditioning duct in that general area.
So did you walk over to that location near the air conditioner
Yes,
on the outside?
yes.
Did you see anything that drew your attention?
Yes, as I walked closer and I got oriented to where this noise probably came from, I looked down and I saw a dark object. I was probably still 15, 20 feet away, and I kept walking closer. And then I saw when I was a few feet away that it was a glove.
Now, when you went back there, what were you actually looking for? What were you expecting to find?
Well, I thought somebody had collapsed back there.
So you're looking for a body?
Yes.
Showing you the series of photographs, sir, that have been marked as People's 9. Do you recognize the location shown in photographs A, B, C, and D?
Yes, I do.
And what is that location?
This is the walkway. I would be looking east from the front of the residence. I don't know how deep this lens makes it appear, but this would what I would be viewing from the front of the residence, looking directly east down the south border path of the residence.
And in B?
B is just a closer view of the same item. This dark object is the glove I discovered.
C?
C is, once again, a very close view in the condition of the surrounding walkway.
And D?
D is a very close-up view of the glove.
When you saw that glove, did it have some significance to you?
Yes, it looked very similar to the glove that I observed on Bundy hours before.
And based on that observation, sir, what did you do?
I looked at it a little closer. I noted that it did not match the terrain. As you can see, that there's a lot of dirt and leaves. This glove was not dirty in the least. It looked a little sticky and moist. 2 fingers were stuck to the glove. It looked like it was stuck there with some type of a liquid. I didn't touch it. I went past the air conditioning duct that you can see in photo A. And as soon as I went past that air conditioning duct, looking for the person that might have dropped this glove, thinking that they were farther down the walkway, I ran into spider webs immediately.
Which indicated what to you?
I would say nobody had walked on that path lately or recently, especially within hours, where I encountered no spider webs going up to the glove.
Only after the glove?
Only after the glove.
Having made those observations, sir, what did you do next?
I continued all the way east on this path, and then there was a probably 25 square foot area that looked like a plant potting area, or maybe a place where they start plants to put on the property. And I looked for any evidence of blood or a victim that had collapsed. I found that there was none, and I returned to the location and notified Detective Phillips of the find.
The find being?
The glove.
Did then Detective Phillips, Detective Lang, Detective Van Adder go out to look at the glove as well?
Individually, I took each one of them down to where I had found the glove, indicating what I saw as I went and what I did. I took Detective Phillips first, Detective Van Adder second, Detective Lang third.
If you know, sir, do you recall at what point a criminalist was called for to come to 360 Rockingham?
You mean what time did he arrive?
No. Do you recall, do you happen to know when he was called?
I don't have specific knowledge. I did not make any notifications on this.
At some point, did one arrive?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
I couldn't give you an exact, I'd say 8, 7:30, 8, 8:30, I'm not positive.
At some time after the glove was located, were you requested to secure the house for the purpose of getting a search warrant?
Yes, almost immediately after the discovery of the glove, within minutes, Detective Van Adder said, "This is now a crime scene. Seal it, I'm going to go write a warrant."
And seal it means what?
Protect the evidence that has already been discovered, keep everybody out of the house, ask the people that are in the house to please leave if they're not necessary personnel, and to protect the premises.
And was that done?
Yes.
Now, at the time in the house, do you recall who was there inside?
I can remember Mr. Cowlings was there, but I can't remember exactly what time he was asked to leave. I believe it was shortly after we decided that we had to write a search warrant for this residence. So I don't know specifically when he was asked to leave. Arnell was asked to leave the property. I believe Arnell contacted Mr. Cowlings, but I'm not sure on that. I have no knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, by the time the decision was made to secure the house and get a search warrant, Arnell was there, A.C. Collins was there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you see any children there?
Yes, and I don't know whose children they were, and I don't know how that transpired.
But they were all there at the time the decision was made to get the search warrant?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
All right, we are going to take the afternoon recess. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time and start again just after 3:05.
Prepare any reports regarding your participation in this investigation?
No, I just took some preliminary notes while I was still at the scene before robbery homicide detectives arrived.
All right, and what did you do with those notes?
I gave them to Detective Phillips, and they were in turn given to Detective Van Adder and Lang.
And what did Detective Van Adder do with them?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were they utilized in preparing any reports by Detective Van Adder that you're aware of?
I have no idea, sir.
Did you review any reports prepared by Detective Van Adder?
No, none.
Now, actually, you were the first homicide detective to arrive at the scene at 875 South Bundy, is that correct?
Yes, myself and Detective Phillips.
You both arrived at the same time?
Yes, we were riding together.
So you actually met at the station and then went to the scene?
Yes, we met at the station, got flashlights or briefcases, anything else we thought we might need, got into a vehicle that had homicide kit in it, and went to the scene.
All right. Now, ordinarily, the homicide detective then takes charge of the investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that at some point Detective Van Adder and his partner took over the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Why did that happen?
I believe it was told to me that Chief Frankel was notified of the VIP nature of the homicide and determined that it was beyond the scope of our abilities to handle it in a geographic division, and notified Robbery Homicide Division to respond with detectives to take over the investigation.
Okay, so the VIP division was called in to take over the investigation?
No, it's any type of a murder that will generate more logistical support than we're able to produce. Robbery homicide has the latitude of funneling a lot of people on an investigation and stick with it, where we still have cases that come up daily or weekly that would interrupt a large-scale investigation such as this.
And that decision was made based on the identification of the victim as Nicole Brown?
To the best of my knowledge,
Objection,
sir.
that calls for speculation.
Well, what
Sustained.
time was that decision made? When were you informed that?
Objection, irrelevant.
Mr. Ullman, you can finish your question.
What time were you informed that Detective Van Hatter and Detective Lang were taking over the case?
I would probably say within an hour of my arrival.
Right. Had Detective Van Hatter or Detective Lang arrived at the scene yet when you were informed of that?
No, I believe they arrived at, Van Adder arrived at approximately 4, and I believe Detective Lang arrived at about 4:25.
Now, when you arrived, had the scene already been secured?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what securing the scene means? What does that term mean?
Well, the streets were closed off at Dorothy and Bundy. The street to the north, 1 block to the north, the alleys to the rear had been secured. The front of the residence, there was no traffic going northbound on Bundy from Dorothy. The residence had been secured with officers to the rear, officers to the front. There was a uniformed sergeant at the scene. I believe there were 6 officers that were at the scene. It was secured with crime tape, the police do not cross tape, the yellow tape, at all those locations.
So essentially, securing a scene means that it is totally blocked off so that no one other than the officers in charge have access to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, we try to preserve it as much as possible.
And I believe you indicated that rather than walk through the scene or the portion of the scene where the victims were located, in order not to disturb that, you went around to the back?
Yes, the scene didn't appear that it would have been feasible to try to dodge evidence or the blood of the victims. We had to go around. It was too much of a jockey of too much of a balancing act to try to get around that. It wasn't necessary. We could have entered from the rear.
Now, when you went to the rear, you indicated you went in through the garage?
Yes.
The garage door was open?
Yes.
Had that been opened by officers, or was it open at the time they arrived at the scene?
I'm not positive on how it was opened or who opened it. I know that the officers got it open through the switch inside, and I do not know how that took place. I was informed that I believe one of the children showed the officer where the switch was, and I'm not positive on that.
So you actually went in through the house then and approached the crime scene from the rear?
I went in from the garage, walked next to the white Ferrari that was parked in the garage, and the door to the lower level of the house was open. I walked directly into a stairway, and I entered, and that placed me inside the kitchen.
From the kitchen, you went out to the walkway beside the condo?
Well, I was walking rather slowly. I was looking around. Although Officer Risky was leading us into this, showing us the scene from what he discovered, we're walking slow and we're looking for anything that would appear to be evidence or something that could possibly be evidence. And then, yes, we did walk from the interior to the exterior of the front door.
Now, at this point, it was still dark outside.
Yes.
Had any lights been set up to illuminate the scene of the homicide?
No, the lights from the open front door were cascading down onto the two victims, onto the stairway.
Right. And I believe you indicated that you walked out onto the sidewalk overlooking the scene where the bodies were located?
Yes, yes.
How far would you say you were from where the bodies were located?
I was directly above the female victim, which was probably 3 feet. The male victim would have been 10 feet, 12 feet.
Right. And from that vantage point, you first observed the glove that you told us about?
Not first, no.
When did you first observe it?
We had flashlights. We were looking at the female victim. We looked at the male victim. I noticed the glove when I walked around after I exited the residence the first time. I walked around to the side, or the north perimeter of the 875 Bundy. There's a iron fence, and through that iron fence you can get very close to the male victim. And looking there, I could see them down at his feet.
Right. The glove was located at the feet of the male victim?
Yes, at one of the feet.
Was it obscured by any sort of plant?
There was a plant that kind of cascaded over the top of one portion of it, yes. That's why it was easier to see from that location to the north.
All right. We have a photo which I will ask be marked as Defense Exhibit B.
Right.
Does that photo accurately depict the glove at the location where you saw it?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right. And you didn't actually pick the glove up to examine it, did you?
Not at that time, no.
How far away were you? I mean, what's the closest you came to examine this glove?
At the time, initially at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
I'd probably say probably 5 feet, maybe a little longer than that, maybe as much as 6 feet.
Well, you indicated you were 10 to 12 feet away from the male victim, and the glove was lying at the feet of the male victim. Did you at some point get closer then?
Yes, I went to the north residence where the victim was almost up against that iron gate that separated the property at 875 to the residence townhome to the north. And when you walk on that walkway along that fence, that was not part of the crime scene. It didn't appear that there was anything that transpired on that location. You could walk there and get a very good view of the male victim and everything to his east.
Now, after Detective Van Adder arrived, I believe you said that was about 4 a.m.?
I believe so, yes.
There was some discussion of proceeding to the residence of Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
That's correct.
That decision was made within an hour after Detective Van Adder arrived?
Yes.
And how long after Detective Lang arrived?
I'd be within a half hour or thereabouts.
And at that time, Detective Phillips had told Van Adder and Lang about the relationship between Mr. Simpson and his former wife?
I don't have any knowledge of a discussion about their relationship, no.
Were you present when Van Adder or Lang were briefed about any of the circumstances of the victim?
Yes, but I wasn't there the entire time. I wasn't standing at their side the entire time they were discussing the situation.
Well, who made the decision to go and notify Mr. Simpson?
I believe it was Detective Van Adder at the direction of Commander Bushy of West Bureau who was concerned that Mr. Simpson wasn't notified of the death by the media or a phone call. He wanted a personal appearance.
Right. Now, is this a routine in a homicide case that as soon as you've identified the victim, you notify the next of kin?
It's not that immediate in all cases, but I think in this case, if it was leaked to the media, I think it would be a pretty insensitive way for a family member to find out.
Certainly. Did you dispatch a patrol car to inform Nicole Brown's parents of her death?
Once I was relieved of the responsibility of the homicide, I didn't direct any units. I was under the direction of Detective Van Etter and Lang.
Right. So you're not aware of any procedure being undertaken to notify the parents of the victim?
No, sir, I'm not.
Once Mr. Goldman was identified, were detectives sent to break the news to his parents?
Like I said, sir, I wasn't privileged to knowing of any notifications, and I didn't notify anyone myself.
Were you aware that Mr. Simpson and his wife were divorced?
I think I had heard it, only because we work West LA. And
Do you routinely notify the former husband of a homicide victim?
I think if there's children involved and we have the children, I think it would probably be the appropriate thing to do.
All right, so you are concerned about the disposition of the children as well?
Well, I believe a lot of the decisions of this came from the commander and Detective Van Etter, and I really wasn't privileged to that conversation, but I would believe that I would be concerned with the children and the ex-husband, since they still had joint custody of the children. We had the children at the police station. I think they were somewhat displaced by this at no cause of their own.
Did anyone suggest telephoning Mr. Simpson to notify him?
I'm sorry, I wasn't privileged to the discussion about notification at all.
Well, just explain to me why you felt it was necessary for 4 detectives to go to Mr. Simpson's home to notify him.
Objection, that seems a background evidence.
Sustained.
All right, how many detectives went to Mr. Simpson's home?
4.
And who were those 4?
Myself, Detective Phillips, we were riding in one vehicle, and Detective Van Etter and Lang.
All right, so you were the 4 ranking detectives in charge of this investigation.
We were the only 4 detectives of this investigation.
All right, and you left the scene of the homicide to go to Mr. Simpson's home at about 5 in the morning,
Yes, sir.
leaving no detectives at the scene of the homicide.
And the scene was secured, and there was a supervisor at the scene. And I stand corrected. The lieutenant of detectives of West LA remained at the scene.
Now, what did you contemplate that these 4 detectives would do in terms of notifying Mr. Simpson? Did you feel that you all needed to be there to lend him support?
Not at all, sir. Detective Lang and Van Etter didn't know the area. They asked me if I knew where Rockingham was, and I said I did. And I led them to the Rockingham address.
So your purpose in going to the premises was to escort Detective Van Etter and show him the way to the location at Rockingham?
Basically, I was asked, do you know where the Rockingham address is? And I said, yes. He said, would you take us up there? And Detective Van Etter said, Ron Mark, lead us up there.
All right. And what was the purpose of Detective Phillips going?
He was my partner.
I see. So you never go to a location without your partner accompanying you?
No objection, that's argumentative.
Overruled.
Well, of course we do, but in this situation, there was no reason for him to stay at the scene. The 2 lead investigators were going to go make a notification. There was nothing for Detective Phillips to do at the scene. The lieutenant of detective, Lieutenant Spangler, was at the scene, and I believe 2 uniformed supervisors and more than 6 officers, and there was ample enough security there to preserve the scene.
So the purpose of yourself and Detective Phillips going to Mr. Simpson's residence was to escort Detective Van Adder and Detective Lang and make sure they didn't get lost. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think it was so much that as just to expedite the travel to the location.
You wanted to get to the location as quickly as possible.
No, I just don't think they wanted to drive around in the dark, and some of those streets are very confusing. I knew the way. It was very simple.
Had you been to Mr. Simpson's home before?
One other time, but I knew where Rockingham was.
And what was the occasion of your prior visit?
I went there on a call in 1985.
At the time you left the premises at Bundy and went to Mr. Simpson's home, was Mr. Simpson a suspect at all in the homicide that you were investigating?
Not in my mind.
There was no suspicion at all focused on Mr. Simpson in terms of any responsibility for this homicide?
Well, I wasn't thinking that, and if it was uttered to anybody, it wasn't uttered to me.
Now, could you describe the light conditions at the time you left the Bundy premises and went to Mr. Simpson's home?
You mean the unassisted light conditions?
Yeah, how dark was it?
Well, it was dark. Of course, it was becoming lighter, but it had not yet become a sunrise.
And you had your headlights on the cars that you were driving?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get from Bundy to Rockingham?
I'd say 5 minutes, maybe no more than 10.
So you arrived very shortly after 5 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, did all four of you initially go to the gate at Ashford and begin ringing the bell?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that several of you rang the bell at different times. Is that correct?
Yes.
About how long did that take?
Well, I believe we were ringing the intercom bell probably 10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes before an effort was made to locate West Tech?
I believe Detective Phillips was simultaneously doing some of that towards the end of our attempts to use the intercom.
Now, initially, you were not concerned about the possibility of finding any victims or any suspects on the premises of Mr. Simpson's home. Is that correct?
Not at all.
Right. That concern didn't even occur to you until the observations you made on the Bronco.
Yes.
Now, you were the first one to walk over to the Bronco and look at it?
Yes.
We have a photograph here that we'll ask you mark as Exhibit C.
All right.
Which appears to be a photograph of the Bronco from a little further vantage point than the photos that have been previously identified. Thank you, if you could hold that up. Does that accurately depict the location of the automobile?
Pretty much, yes.
Is that how it was parked at the time you first saw it, shortly after 5 a.m. on June 13th?
I can't tell because the thing that brought attention to the vehicle could only be seen if you were looking at it from the rear or the front. I don't even know if this is the same vehicle. I can't see the license plate. It's just a white Ford Bronco.
This is one of the crime scene photographs that was supplied as part of the discovery. Was the automobile moved before those photographs were taken?
Well,
No.
I'm going to object that there's no foundation. We don't know if that's a blow-up. I don't know how the council knows personal knowledge what it is.
Well, is there some dispute as to whether that is a photograph that was provided to the defense? You don't know, is what you're saying?
The source of our photographs was simply photographs that were delivered to us as part of discovery crime scene photographs.
Well, apparently, You're going to have to establish that fact somehow, Mr. Ullman.
Right?
No, Your Honor, I'm not trying to make this difficult for counsel. If you can just show me the original that this was blown up from, then I'll be glad to stipulate. I just don't recognize it in its current form.
In any event, the photograph from that vantage point,
Your Honor, so there's no dispute on this. The problem we have is these photographs were given to us in no order, with no numbers, and we got hundreds of them. So we have no way of categorizing.
from that vantage point, it's appears to be the position the automobile was in when you encountered it.
Yes, sir.
All right? And that position,
Yes.
that position was on this chart, right where it says Rockingham Avenue, approximately where the letters CKIN are,
That's correct.
pointing in a northerly direction.
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were examining the automobile, what were the other three detectives doing?
When I walked away, Detective Phillips was still trying to make some phone calls on his cellular phone, and Van Adder and Lang were by the Ashford Gate.
Had any representatives of West Tech arrived yet at this time?
I believe there was one unit that had arrived, yes, and Detective Phillips had contacted them trying to get the phone number inside.
Now, the photographs that have been marked Exhibit 8, A, B, and C. These are also photos that were taken of the automobile as it was situated when you saw it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these photographs were taken by the criminalists after they arrived on the premises?
Well, they were taken by the photographer, yes.
All right. In fact, the gentleman depicted in photograph A is the criminalist, Mr. Fung?
Yes, he is.
All right. And he's pointing in Exhibit A to the red stain that you indicate you encountered shortly after 5 a.m.
That's correct.
Now, you first observed that stain with a flashlight, is that correct?
Yes.
So it was still dark out?
It wasn't completely dark, but it was so dark that the naked eye would not bring up most objects, yes.
So without the flashlight to illuminate it, you would not have observed this stain at that time?
I can't say that I wouldn't have, but using the flashlight, it aided that it came to the forefront of what I was viewing.
Were there other stains elsewhere on the automobile that you also observed at that time?
Yes, I saw 4 reddish stains, very thin lines in photo A, right down where the door swings open and the frame is painted where there's a door sill. 4 little lines. The 3 or 4.
Brush marks you indicated,
They appeared to be brush marks.
and they were about a quarter-inch long.
From what I could see, yes.
Were any photographs taken of those stains?
I believe there were, but as I said before, I wasn't directing the photographer.
Are those stains visible in any of the photographs there?
No.
Did you call those stains particularly to the attention of Detective Van Adder or any of the other detectives?
I brought it to the attention of Van Adder and Lang, yes.
At the time you discovered it?
Yes.
Did you call it to the attention of any of the criminalists who later arrived at the scene?
I was not directing the criminalists on the Bronco. I did observe, I believe I did observe photo A being taken, but not from that angle. Other than that, I did not participate in the criminalists being directed to.
Do you have any explanation then why these stains are not referred to in any of the subsequent reports?
Not at all, sir.
Were there also some coffee stains on the car?
Coffee stains?
Coffee stains?
That morning?
Yes.
No, not at all.
You did not observe any coffee
No.
stains?
Car was very clean.
Now, you indicated that you believe these stains to be blood.
Yes.
Could you explain why you came to that conclusion?
Just the appearance of the stain. It looked like a red translucent stain that when you see dried blood, that's what it looks like.
Well, does dried blood look any different than dried taco sauce?
I don't take much note of dried taco sauce too many times, so I wouldn't know.
Well, it was just the color of the stain that led you to believe it was blood?
The color and just where it was, yes.
And in fact, there are a number of other substances that would leave stains of the same color and texture as blood, are there not?
Oh, I'm sure there is, yes. Dozens, hundreds.
Did you come to any conclusion whether this was human blood or animal blood?
I can't make that conclusion without a test.
You can't tell just by looking whether blood is from a human or from an animal?
No, sir.
And the stain that you're referring to at the door handle is pictured in photograph B, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's this quarter-inch speck about 2 inches above the door handle?
That would be fairly accurate, yes.
Now, after observing that speck, I believe you indicated that you became quite concerned that you may have a murder or a suicide on the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
That plus might have an additional victim.
Right. What was it about this stain that led you to that conclusion?
Well, it wasn't just the stain. I think it was the totality of what I was seeing. The vehicle was carelessly, haphazardly parked. It just didn't look right. It was looked like it was quickly turned into the curb. The rear end was jutting out into the street, several inches, if not maybe a foot, farther than the front. The right tires were turned into the curb. There's no parallel parking here. The person could drive right past his own driveway to park the vehicle.
Well, surely, whenever you see an automobile parked somewhat askance in front of a home, you don't conclude that there may be a murder or suicide on the premises, do you?
No, but when I'm coming from a double homicide and I find blood on a vehicle, and then the haphazard way it was parked, I find a shovel and heavy plastic in the rear cargo area, I do have a concern for what do we have at this point? What is going on?
The shovel and the heavy plastic gave rise to these concerns for you as well?
Well, yes, sir. I did not know what the circumstances were at Bundy. That scene gave more questions than answers. And we did not know if we did not have a kidnapping at this point. We were virtually very much in the dark as to what the Rockingham address meant and what this blood meant.
All right. I'm still somewhat puzzled, Detective, by why what you saw on or in the car led you to conclude there may be a serious crime afoot on the premises. What connection did you see with the premises that you were about to enter?
Well, I think most of these things by themselves, excluding the blood, would not mean a lot. If the vehicle parked that way by itself would not mean a lot. The shovel, the heavy plastic would not mean a lot. The blood concerned me, and then when you couple all these items together with a package addressed to Mr. Simpson at that address, coming from a double homicide at his ex-wife's house, the possibility to me of a kidnap, a victim that got away from the scene, a murder-suicide, a hostage situation. I think they were all things that I have to consider and eliminate.
So the blood on the vehicle led you immediately to make some connection between this vehicle and the scene of the homicide you had left?
Well, I think the coincidence was more than a coincidence. Whoever was driving this vehicle had blood from themselves, or they had blood from another person.
Well, did that lead you to suspect then that perhaps the person who had driven that vehicle to the Rockingham address had been somehow involved in the homicide that you had observed at the Bundy address?
They could have been involved as a victim. They could have been involved as a suspect, as a hostage, as a kidnap victim. I did not know, sir, and I could not conclude that from standing on the street.
I see. So the conclusion you came to was that whoever had been driving that vehicle was likely to be in the premises at Rockingham and have some connection either as a victim or a suspect in the homicide you had just left.
That or they had information. As I said before, I don't know how that blood got on that vehicle, and I don't know who drove the vehicle. I had my concerns, and I called the 3 other detectives over to show them my observations.
Right. Now, at this time, you knew that the homicide you had left at Bundy had occurred prior to midnight the night before. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were aware then that at least 5 hours and perhaps 6 or 7 hours had elapsed since the time of the homicide that you observed on Bundy.
That's correct.
Was the stain what suggested to you the immediacy of going directly into the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
Well, I think the totality of circumstances as a total picture gave me the concerns that I shared with Detective Van Etter, and we discussed those concerns, and we both agreed that we had a very sensitive emergency type situation that we had to do something. Could not
Right.
just stand on the street.
And how much time elapsed from the time you saw the speck of blood on the door until someone actually went over the wall?
5 to 10 minutes at the most. 5 to 10 minutes, I suppose.
5 to 10 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes.
So by this time, had the other detectives already attempted to call into the premises by telephone?
Yes.
They'd gotten the telephone number from Westmark?
West Tech.
West Tech?
Yes.
Were any uniformed officers called to the scene at that point?
At that point, no.
Isn't it routine when you feel you have an emergency that may involve victims or suspects to have uniformed officers present when you enter the premises?
No, it would be highly desirable for something, a planned tactical situation, hostage or a search warrant or arrest warrant, but it's not something set in stone, and I think the circumstances precluded us waiting for several minutes for a unit.
All right. Did you have available any public address system under which an announcement could be made to people inside the premises?
Oh, we probably had the ability to get on the loudspeaker on the police vehicle, but we could hear the ringing of the phone inside. We could also see that there was a light on. We had called inside the residence. Really don't believe that would do any good.
All right. Could you have called in a police helicopter at that point to view the premises from the air?
Why would we do that?
Well, if you were looking for victims or suspects on the premises?
I've never heard of that before, but I wouldn't personally do it.
All right. Did you feel at that point you had probable cause that criminal activity had gone on at the Rockingham premises?
I think I was personally more concerned with somebody bleeding to death inside. I just came from a scene of an extremely brutal murder.
All right. An extremely brutal murder 6 hours before.
Well, it was 6 hours before, but I don't know how long it takes for somebody to bleed to death.
Well, did you hear anything from within the premises that gave you any reason to believe that there might be somebody bleeding to death inside the premises?
Yes, from all indications, Mr. Simpson was not on a scheduled trip, and there was supposed to be a live-in maid there all the time. Nobody answered the intercom. Nobody answered the phone.
So what you heard from the premises was silence,
That's correct.
and the silence led you to believe that there may be a victim bleeding to death?
No. The totality of everything that we've seen since I arrived at the scene at 02:10 hours on Bundy, that, and including everything that I observed, we discussed, and everything we attempted to do, we had a crossroads. We had an emergency situation, and we had exhausted all attempts to contact somebody inside, and we could not allow somebody to die while we stood outside. We made a
And the
decision.
totality of all of the circumstances.
Would this be allowed to finish his answer?
Could you finish what you were going to say?
Not really, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
please, go ahead.
It was, the last part of my sentence was the totality of the circumstances. Circumstances lent us more than just a belief, but an obligation to do something at that point.
And the totality of the circumstances was no one was answering the door or the ring at the gate, and you saw a 1/4 inch stain that appeared to you to be blood on the door and on the door jamb at the bottom of the door. Is that correct?
No, there's several things you left out. The shovel, the plastic, the way the vehicle was parked, the connection to the victim on Bundy, the blood on this vehicle. To be very truthful, I mean, we were concerned for Mr. Simpson more than we thought he was a suspect. We did not know many things at this time. And we had to get onto that location to find out.
Now, at this point, which of the detectives actually climbed over the wall?
Myself.
And could you indicate on Exhibit A where you climbed over?
On the Ashford Gate, just east of the first pillar that the gate rests upon.
And how high is the wall at that point?
Oh, I think it's probably 5.5 feet high.
Did anyone need to boost you to go over the top?
No.
You were able to hoist yourself up,
Yes.
climb over,
Yes.
and then you opened the gate for the other detectives to come in?
Yes, it's a two-arm hydraulic gate with a latch there. You just flip the latch and it collapses the hinge, and then you can open the gate.
All right, so in effect, you're disconnecting the motor mechanism that opens the gate?
Yeah, momentarily. Let them in, put it back, flip the switch back. It's now in operation once again.
All right. Well, did you put it back into operation then after you let them in?
Yes.
So the gate was then closed after they entered the premises?
Yes, we closed the gate, but I did not flip the latch, but it was closed, yes.
And all four of you then proceeded to the front door of the premises?
Yes.
And who knocked at the door?
I believe, I'm not sure on that. It could have been Detective Van Adder or Detective Phillips. I'm not sure which did.
How long did he knock?
Oh, a couple minutes.
And there was no response?
None.
And you then walked from the front door to the rear of the premises?
Yes, down a pathway on the north side of the building.
All right. Could you indicate the path that you followed?
Yeah, it's just, this is the front door. There's a walkway. You leave the walkway and go north, and then there's a easterly stone path that leads around to the rear of the residence onto a patio area. And the pool's directly to your east.
At the time, there was no response to the knock. Did any of the detectives indicate an intention to secure the premises?
Secure the premises?
Yes, sir.
Not at that point.
All right. So your intention at this point was simply to try to locate Mr. Simpson?
If Mr. Simpson would have answered the door, that would have been the end of it.
Right? So you went to the guest quarters of Mr. Kalin, I believe, initially?
Yes, the first bungalow.
Right. And all four of you went to Mr. Kalin's door?
Well, Detective Phillips went up to the door, looked inside the glass door with louvers. Louvers were open. He saw a man lying on the bed and he knocked on the door.
Right. Now, he opened the door and let you in?
Mr. Kalin did, yes.
How was he dressed?
I can't really remember exactly. I believe he had a T-shirt on, and I believe he might have had sweatpants or some kind of loose-fitting trousers, but I'm not positive.
And, of course, you immediately told him why you were there?
Detective Phillips talked to him initially.
And what did Detective Phillips tell him?
I believe, to the best of my knowledge, he told him that asked him if there was anybody in the main house, there was an emergency, and they had to know if anybody was home, and if they were okay, something to that effect.
Did Detective Phillips tell him about the death of Nicole Brown?
If he did, I did not hear it at that time. I was standing a little bit back. I believe I was at the rear of the group.
So no effort was made to notify Mr. Kalin of the death of
We didn't know, I'm sorry.
Of Miss Brown.
We didn't know who Mr. Kalin was.
Right. And did you ask Mr. Kalin where Mr. Simpson was?
I didn't personally.
Did any of the detectives?
I believe Detective Phillips did. I did not overhear the response.
I believe you said Mr. Kalin was disoriented.
Well, he had just been woken up. It was 5:45 in the morning. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was messed up. It looks like he just woke. It looks like I look like when I wake up. Bad, you know.
And you entered his room, and I believe you indicated you opened the closet?
I asked him if I could look around. I opened the closets. They were tall closets, very large closets, almost as large as the panels on these, on the courtroom.
Did you explain why you wanted to look around?
I don't recall if I said I was looking to see if there's anybody else there. I don't recall that. I looked in the bathroom and the closets and then and returned to Mr. Kalin.
What were you looking for?
Well, additional people that might have been secreting themselves in a hiding place, or could be a victim.
And was there anything other than what you had observed before you entered the premises that led you to believe there might be a victim or a suspect in Mr. Kalin's closet?
Well, I didn't know where somebody that was bleeding would be. but that closet and his bathroom and his shower were definitely large enough to conceal a person.
Well, did you believe that Mr. Kalin might have been a suspect in the homicide that you were investigating?
As I said, I didn't know Mr. Kalin. He wasn't handcuffed. I spoke with him, and as far as I knew, I just didn't know him. I didn't know what his position was at the Rockingham address. I didn't know what his association with Mr. Simpson was. I didn't know anything about him.
Well, before you looked in his closet, did he in any manner indicate that anything unusual had happened on the premises?
Well, I had asked him if anything unusual happened the previous night.
I'm saying before you looked in his closet.
No, I just asked him if I could look.
And when you looked at his clothes, what were you looking for?
Well, I asked him if I could, are these the clothes you wore last night? He said, yes. I says, you mind? And he says, no. I was just looking to see if there was any tearing, stains, same with the shoes.
Thought there might be blood on his clothes or his shoes?
There could be.
All right, and you picked up the shoes to look at them to see whether they had blood on them?
Yes.
Did you look at the pattern of the soles to see if they matched the soles of the footprints you had observed at the scene on Bundy?
I did.
And what conclusion did you come to?
They looked like they were close, but they looked a little too small, and they didn't look like an exact pattern. And there was no debris on them. There was no any type of dried liquid. They looked very clean.
No blood on them?
No anything. No dirt, no blood.
Now, Mr. Kalin told you that Mr. Simpson's daughter was also on the premises?
He told Detective Phillips, and Detective Phillips, Van Adder, and Lang proceeded to that bungalow.
All right. So you remained in Mr. Kalin's room while the other three detectives went immediately to Arnell Simpson's room?
That's correct.
All right. And could you again indicate on Exhibit A where Arnell Simpson's room was?
Arnell's is the furthest bungalow, and it's almost directly in the southeast corner of the property. It's the last room that the front door faces north.
Did you observe what the other detectives did when they got to Arnell's room?
Not at all.
Now, Arnell then came out and went with the other detectives, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you follow along? Did you go with them when they went around to the front of the house?
No.
You remained with Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
So the three detectives and Arnell Simpson walked, retracing the path you had just followed from the front of the house to go back to the front of the house. Is that correct?
No, I didn't see which way they went. I didn't know if they entered the back door or the front door.
Well, at some point, did any of them re-enter Mr. Kalin's room?
I don't recall. I took Mr. Kalin inside after a brief conversation.
Inside where?
Inside the main house.
Right. Did anybody have to let you into the main house?
I believe the back door that leads onto the patio in the southeast corner of the main house, I believe that was opened. I don't know by who.
Now, the route that you would have followed then to go from Mr. Kalin's room into the house would have been up these stairs and through the billiard room and into the family room, is that correct?
No. This stairway here is enclosed. This is an office with a door from Cato's room. This is an office with a desk that goes up against this window. This door leads to a stairway in the billiard room. We didn't go that way. We went out onto the patio, up these stairs, and into the, I believe there's a door right where, I believe this is a tree or something, right into here. And this would be just a little north of the billiard room. This is the bar area. There's several stools right here.
Okay. Well, did somebody come and open up this this back door and let you in then into the family room?
I believe so, but the door was opened.
Nobody needed to open it? It was open?
It was open for me, and I assume that is the way that Arnell entered the residence. But I did not know. It was just open.
Okay. So then you were seated with Mr. Kalin at the bar area?
No. I sat Mr. Kalin at the bar area, and I walked through family room to the kitchen. I noticed Detective Van Adder standing in the kitchen, I believe. He could have been in the hall. I said, Phil, that white male in the bungalow is sitting at the bar. Go talk to him.
All right. Now, at that point, were all of the detectives in the kitchen area,
I believe so, yes.
including yourself?
No, I just walked by the hall, and I told Phil, I says, go talk to Mr. Kalin. He's at the bar.
All right. Now, were you aware of what the other detectives were doing in the kitchen area?
Not at all. I was responding to a comment that Mr. Kalin made, and I went directly to check out exactly what he heard.
All right. So at that point, you don't know whether telephonic contact had been made with Mr. Simpson?
I have no knowledge of that.
So your purpose then, after you spoke to Mr. Kalin, was simply go check out what he had told you?
Well, not everything. He talked about the limo driver arriving, and just prior to that, he talked about a crashing sound on his wall at about 10:45. He went out to investigate that, he's telling me, and he sees the limo. I stopped him right there, and I said, would you come with me? Just sit here, and somebody's going to talk to you in a minute. I immediately responded to where I thought that crashing sound hit the other side of his wall.
Okay, so your only purpose then in leaving the house at that point was to investigate the information that Mr. Kalin had given you about a crashing sound outside his wall.
Yes.
And that crashing sound again was at about between 10:30 and 11 the previous evening?
No, I believe he said about 10:45.
10:45.
About 10:45.
And what time was it now when you left the house to go investigate where that had happened?
It was probably just prior to 6 o'clock.
Okay, so you had been on the premises less than an hour at that point.
Could have been a little after 6. I'm not exactly positive. Yes. We hadn't been on the premises, no. We had been outside for 30 to 40 minutes. We arrived at probably 5:10. It was probably 5:40 or 5:45, maybe as late as 5:50 when we entered. A couple minutes at the front door. A few minutes talking to Mr. Kalin. It could have been as late as 6:15.
6:15. And what was the lighting conditions at that point?
Well, it was becoming light. On the pathway in the south part of the border of the property was overgrown with trees, and the roof and the building shadowed much of it. So it was deeply shadowed in there. Not much light could get to it, I doubt, even on a sunny day.
But you still needed a flashlight?
To see what was in front of me, yes.
And you took that flashlight and went then to the corner of the garage and started down along the narrow pathway at the rear of the house?
Yes, this was a small flashlight, though. I couldn't see much farther than a few feet in front of me with the flashlight. It was just a small 5-inch long flashlight for close work.
And your purpose was to look for a body of a possible victim?
From Mr. Kalin's statements, it sounded like the possibility that somebody collapsed against the wall in the rear. Yes, that's what I was looking for.
Now, how far did you have to go down that narrow walkway before you could see to the end of the house?
Do you want an approximation on the feet?
Yes.
As far as seeing to the end of the house, it was a very narrow path, a couple feet wide. When I started here, it seemed to slant down a little bit. Obviously, it's going to seem shorter than it is. Get down to this area and here. I probably went from where the maids' quarters are. I would just approximate that 40 to 50 feet to about the middle of Cato's room's wall, the south wall, the exterior of that.
Well, isn't there a gate at approximately this location where the maids' quarters are and the corner starts up again? Can you see where I'm pointing here?
Yes, I can see it.
Is there a gate there?
If there is, it was open. I didn't have to unlatch any gates to walk through any gates.
Was there a gate closer to the area where you entered that walkway by the front of the garage?
Once again, I believe there could have been a gate there. I believe it was broken. I did not have to open any gates, go over any gates. Completely.
Now again, if you could show us.
Objection again, Your Honor. Counsel's cutting off the witness's answer. I'd like for you to be allowed to complete it.
Had you finished what you were going to say?
I had a half of a sentence.
You want to finish what you were going to say?
Yes, ma'am. There was no obstructions. I had complete ability to just walk freely down the path.
Right. And how far were you down the path before you could see to the end of the house? If you could just indicate that, perhaps write your initials where you were standing when you could see to the end of the house.
Now, what do you mean by the end of the house? The end of the bungalows, all the way to the end?
All the way to the end of this corner here.
I'd probably say probably about where the maids' quarters were. It seems like this area here was slightly elevated.
Okay. Could you put your initials at that point? We have a blown up photograph here that pictures this area along the rear perimeter of the house. Is that an accurate representation of what you saw?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to mark that as Defendant's D?
Yes. D would be next in order?
Yeah.
Except for one thing, the lighting conditions are much better at this time of this photograph.
All right. Now, from that vantage point, would you ascertain whether there were any bodies or persons along that walkway?
Well, the walkway didn't appear to end. Just with the narrowness of the walkway, it seemed to go somewhere at the end of the building. I was looking down the walkway towards where Mr. Cato's wall was. When I got to within several feet of his wall, and I estimated from the architecture of the buildings about where his wall would be, I looked down and I saw a dark object, and as I got closer, I shined my flashlight on it, and I could see it was a glove.
Right. Now, you didn't suspect that this dark object was the body of a person, did you?
No.
You approached it to get a closer look at what it was?
Yes.
How close did you come to it?
Inches.
With your flashlight?
Yes.
And Did you pick it up or examine it in
I
any
did
way?
not touch it.
Now, did you continue on beyond where you encountered this object?
Yes, so that finding the glove and the condition of it even alerted me more that someone within hours had left that glove there going east or west. Someone left that glove, and I continued east, thinking that there could be a possible victim or now suspect to the rear.
All right, but you only continued as far as you could go without encountering spider webs, is that?
Oh, no. I continued completely, all the way back to the rear. It was like a garden area, like a potting area. I couldn't describe it any other way. It appeared that plants were growing there to be uprooted and planted elsewhere. Large square area, probably 25-foot square. But I was running into spider webs the whole distance, but I still checked out the area. I was not crawling, so I did not know what the circumstance of whoever left the glove, what their dilemma was at that point.
Now, did you notice any disturbance in the pattern of the leaves or debris that you saw on the pathway?
Not that I could really tell what was on the pathway, just leaves that have dropped onto the pathway and debris, nothing unusual,
Okay.
other than the glove.
Did you look for footprints leading up to the glove?
As I said, the leaves covered most of the walkway. Of course, I did look both directions, but I did not find any, no.
There was nothing to indicate to you by the disturbance of the leaves or any patterns that you observed that you thought were of any evidentiary significance?
Well, I couldn't find any. I spent about 15 minutes making sure that there was no victim or suspect or any other person to the rear of the residence. I made sure that I walked back carefully, but I did not observe none, no.
So you spent 15 minutes back there initially before you returned to the house?
Yes, that was an approximate.
Okay. So you would have returned to the house then, what, about 6:30?
Give or take 5 minutes, yes.
And at that point, you asked the other detectives to accompany you to look at the glove as well?
Yeah, I contacted Detective Phillips, and I told him, I said, Ron, I found a glove on the side of the house that looks very similar to the glove that's at the scene on Bundy.
And where was Detective Phillips when you told him that?
I believe he was in the front of the residence outside,
What was he doing?
just standing there, I believe. I'm not positive on that. He could have been standing right in front of the front door, but
Then he immediately accompanied you back to look at the glove?
yes,
And how long were you back there then the second time?
just as long as it took for me to walk him back to the glove and show him. Then we walked back. He notified Detective Van Adder and Lang.
5
I
minutes?
respectively walked both of them back to observe the glove. They walked back to the front of the residence.
Detective Van Adder and Lang walked back together?
No, I walked each one of them back individually, so they didn't destroy anything. There was nothing that I found on the path that I could see was of evidentiary value, but I still walked each of them back.
Okay, but one at a time then. You made
Yes,
a total of 4 trips back to look at the glove.
including mine, yes, 4 trips.
Where was Detective Van Adder when you invited him back to view the glove?
I believe Detective Phillips notified him and Detective Lang, and they contacted me out front of the residence.
Do you know where they were or what they were doing at that time?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Now, were you the first person to observe what you referred to as blood drops or blood spots on the driveway?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, objecting, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe some blood spots on the driveway?
Yes,
Now, again, these were red spots that appeared to you to be blood,
Yes.
and you were unable to come to any conclusion whether they were animal blood or human blood,
I did not come to that
or
conclusion.
even whether they were blood.
That's true. Yes, sir.
When did you first see these?
I believe at about 8 or 8:30.
This was after you had escorted each of the detectives back to see the glove?
Yes.
About 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Did you need a flashlight to observe those blood spots,
No, the light was quite good by then.
or spots that to you resembled blood?
Well, it's always difficult to see them on that the simulated cobblestone red stone, but the gray concrete to the rear of the Bronco was fairly easy to see without much effort.
Now, I believe you indicated that at some point a determination was made that this was going to be declared a crime scene.
Yes.
And what crime did you believe had taken place on the premises?
I didn't declare it was a crime scene. Detective Van Adder did.
And what crime did he believe had taken place on?
I don't believe it was said this is a crime scene. This will be handled like a crime scene. In other words, we will seal it off and consider it the same as we would if it was a crime scene.
And do you recall about what time that was that that determination was made?
It was excuse me, it was shortly after I discovered the glove and led all three detectives to view it. And shortly thereafter, Detective Van Adder said, this is now considered a crime scene. We'll handle it as such.
So that would have been, what, about 7 in the morning?
I want to say 7:30.
So that would have been well before you had personally observed any spots that appeared to be blood on the driveway.
Yes, but I believe those were observed prior to my observing them.
Now, once it was declared a crime scene, that means everybody off the premises except the detectives?
Yes.
Was Arnell Simpson told that she would have to leave the premises?
Yes, she was.
And was Mr. Kalin told he would have to leave the premises?
He was transported to the station to get a statement from him.
Right? And was he told to await going to the station at some location other than in the house?
Yes, he waited outside of the residence. I believe he waited by a black and white.
Out on the street?
Yes.
And was a crime scene seal put up? Were tapes erected or barricades put up?
Well, it really wasn't necessary. We had a black and white unit that took control of the Bronco. And then the residence was extremely secure unto itself. We didn't foresee anybody coming over the walls.
Okay, so all you really needed to do then to secure the premises was to have people at the gates to make sure people just didn't wander in and out.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was all of the investigative activity suspended?
At what time, sir?
When a crime scene was declared at approximately 7:30?
Yes, Detective Van Adder said, I'm gonna leave the scene and write a search warrant.
And that is your recollection, that
Yes.
that occurred at about 7:30?
7:30, 8, somewhere around there. I don't know the exact times.
Did you remain on the premises then?
Pretty much, except for one trip down to Bundy that took about 20 minutes, 25
And when was
minutes.
that trip made?
Seven 8 o'clock, might have been very, very close in proximity to the time that Detective Van Adder left the scene to write a search warrant maybe within a half hour, maybe a shorter period of time, I left the scene with Detective Phillips to go to the Bundy address.
Now, do you keep a chronology that at which particular times that you come and go are recorded?
There's usually an officer at a scene that does that, yes.
And did you log in or log out when you left the Rockingham scene and returned to the Bundy scene?
I don't believe there was a log started at the Rockingham location that early.
Now, at any time were you informed that any of the detectives had succeeded in locating Mr. Simpson?
I know Detective Phillips had spoken to him on the phone, yes.
And when did that occur?
The same morning, and I believe it was between 6 or 7 o'clock, maybe a little before.
Little before 6?
I don't know, sir. I did not stand next to Detective Phillips when he was speaking to him, but I know he did.
When did you first learn that that had happened?
Probably about the same time that Detective Van Adder said, this is now a crime scene, or shortly thereafter. I had not been with those 3 detectives for several minutes, and Detective Phillips was using his cellular phone to try to call the residents and then call the station and call Mr. Simpson. I believe he talked to his secretary too and learned his whereabouts.
Thank you. If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor. Nothing.
Ms. Clark, do you have any redirect?
I do.
Okay.
Sir, you have defendant B up here still? You earlier described for us a heel print in blood, what appeared to be blood.
Yes, I did.
Do you see it in that photograph?
Yes, it's right below the leaves, directly. If I'm oriented correctly, I would be looking at this glove and foot from the west. It would be directly south of the glove, inches away in a pool of blood.
Does the heel appear to be pointing away from the body of the victim?
Yes, it appears to be walking in a southwesterly direction. It would be walking towards the female victim.
Now, when you arrived at 360 Rockingham, was it still dark outside?
Yes.
By the time you were walking down that path at the south side of the property, where you ultimately found the glove, what was the lighting condition like in that area?
Very poor, even worse than it was out on the street.
And why was that?
The trees shadowed it and even darkened it more than the existing light would allow. In other words, night it would be much darker, and even during the day it would be darker than just being out in the sunlight.
So it was, in that shadow, were you able to, in that kind of darkness, sir, were you able to see whether or not there were any shapes or forms that were beyond the light of your flashlight?
No, and even more than that, I already passed 2 large indentations that went back several feet into the building structure, and I didn't know how many of those were yet to be seen going east. I was not familiar with the building, so.
Yeah, you pointed out those indentations, I think, earlier. They're indicated on the defendant's diagram. You see them here?
Yes, ma'am.
How deep were they?
Well, this first indentation was just maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet, and there was garbage cans here and a little bit of junk. There was a door to the garage that leads into the garage with a window in the top half. In this area here, it was several feet deep, and there was a area here that led to a crawl space. There was a voltage box either here or here. This was probably 5 feet deep. Then it continued solid, and I discovered that it was solid all the way back, and there was a window, one window at the last bungalow.
5 feet deep and approximately how wide?
Oh, 10 to 15 feet, and it's not only 5 feet here, it goes back farther, probably as much as 10 feet. Somebody could be secreted in that area.
So you went all the way back to the very end that's indicated in the diagram there?
Yes, all the way back where there's this diagram of shrubs. It's not overgrown as this is depicted. This area, fairly large, it's completely open, and it looked like I said, a potting area for growing young plants so they can be transplanted into the landscape in the main house.
And you looked around back there as well?
Yes, I looked there in the shrubs and attempted to get as far back as I could on the other side of this fence. I couldn't tell what was back there, but I wasn't dressed in attire that I could really go too far.
So that was even after you found the glove? You continued back there?
Yes.
Looking for?
I was looking for a victim, a person who could have left the glove. What I saw in the glove I thought was blood, and that alerted me even more.
Now, you earlier indicated that you saw the bloody shoe prints and the blood drops to the left of those shoe prints in a direction that seemed to lead away towards the alley of the rear of the residence at 875 South Bundy.
Yes.
Did that observation have any impact on the significance you placed on the blood on the door handle that you initially saw on the Ford Bronco?
Well, the blood to the left of a footprint would indicate that there was an injury to the left side of the body. The spot on the truck, the driver's side, you would open the door with your left hand. That could indicate that the person that left the scene was bleeding from a foot, an arm, a hand, from the left side of his body, and the spot on the Bronco could coincide with that injury. I might add that there could have also been someone that fled the scene not being a suspect, and that was also in my mind, not knowing exactly what transpired at that time.
Right. So when you got to 360 Rockingham, did you believe that you were necessarily at the residence of a suspect?
No, I didn't.
And why was it that you did not secure the residence for a search warrant before finding the glove?
Well, I think at that time, if we did that, I think we had enough of an emergency situation that I think we were obligated to, if we could, to preserve life if that was the situation, and that's what we attempted to do. If we would have taken the time, even a telephonic search warrant, we're still talking 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes. This is not a situation where we had the time to stand out in the street and just wait and wonder. We had to do something.
So when you went over that wall, were you looking to gather probable cause, or were you looking to save lives?
Save lives.
I have nothing further.
I take it, Mr. Ullman, that you have some additional questions?
Yes.
Are they going to be lengthy?
And
All right, it's 4:30 right now, so I think that we will stop at this point. We will continue with this tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I remind you, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you very much. Ms. Kaplan, did you still want the court to intervene in the matter? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.